Good morning, everyone. We will be getting back into Utawarerumono, Mask of Truth. Where we left off, we ran into a little, how should I say, old business that came back that we thought had been finished in the last game. Alright. And we finished him off this time. And then we were going through some tribute that the Burai group had given out. Let's do a red versus white battle. Who's on my team this time? Going over there. So we got Aji, Bogi, Uru and Sarna, Hiru, Nico, and Ruthie. We got a lot of long range and 2 front rangers with a sneaky back ranger attack. Where is everyone? All of our opponents. They're up here. Okay. This is probably good, actually. They can't just jump down. They have to come all the way around over here to jump at us. So, and it's going to take them a little while to move down. So we should be able to crush them as they come through. Ooh. Height difference. Okay. Okay. Ooh, okay, you got up there. Perfect dodge, huh? You just stay there. Yeah, you'll get crushed. But you slowed her down. Ooh, that didn't slow her down quite as much as I had hoped. Okay, you dodged that. And you leveled up. Nice. Rika Shushana has been strengthened. Oh, got the final strike. We call upon the power of the embassies of the origin. We send your enemies into the crucible of oblivion, Master. Yep. I missed the last one.
手加減は苦手ですね。狙い撃ちます。
Yeah.
気は抜けない。
皆の者、世と共に戦ってくれい。
Nice.
見たか。やっとウキの出番や。待ってください。
Body. Going after her.
面白かったけ？ここは慎重に行くです。掃除完了なのです。油断大敵なのです。
小生の名において。
待ってください。するな。我が弓からは逃れられんぞ。
Worst on. Yep. Okay.
守ります。
Zone of control.
くれますよね。
Ooh, I got healing ability. I forgot. No. Let's do this one. Nice. Everyone got damaged that time.
主様のために。
この程度。
You're only at 20. Good. Okay.
問題ない。まだいけます。
悪くないんだよ。
Oof. Okay. Level up. That's alright. That means skill tutor. Passive skills activate range for allies and range increased by 10%. He's gonna get hit hard. I gotta heal him up if I don't want to lose my front line.
退路はないようですね。
How do I want to do this, though? Probably best if I just do that.
いかがでしょう。早く終わらせないと。
Um. Ah, that didn't work. She healed up. I missed that one.
皆の者、世と共に戦ってくれい。見たことか。油断はしないのです。
Don't want to get too... Um... Okay, got health back up at least. You can survive at least 2 attacks, I expect. Hmm. Not much damage. Yeah, because her attack, and she's gonna do. Yeah, we get dazed, and then she also got pushed back. Who's? Yeah, bring her back up. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. That's one reason I wanted him, because he has that Econ Infinite, though it has a lower prot. Now, let's do... If I can get Audigon, that'll help out quite a bit. Yep, she gets to go again. Nice. Ooh, a co-op chain. Ooh, this is my first co-op chain. Got unlocked. Wonder how this is gonna work out. I released it a little too fast. I didn't get to do the final strike because I screwed up. But that was a nice. Oh, he's taunted. Shoot, that's not gonna be good. So that means like, yeah, that's not gonna be good.
手加減は苦手ですね。決めてください。
Now I'm back under my own control. Let's get rid of Audie.
こんな感じですか？
Yeah, let's get rid of Audie.
まだやれる。
こんなところですか。
And then he leveled up. Got all his health back. Augie's action chain, Shinden Eisen, has been strengthened. Now got the final strike. Now then, I'll have to ask you to disappear. Not to worry, your life will further my own strength.
早く終わらせないと。
Let's hit you. I forgot, I could have just stopped the chain, so the first one had done the more damage.
いざ出陣じゃ。なんじゃ。
She's got attack up. Art of Revenge. And she just leveled up. Audie's action chain. Tenka Fubu has been strengthened. This isn't over. I'll pierce right through. Oops. Perhaps less force next time.
ここは慎重に行くです。
Yeah, he's almost gone, so
掃除完了なのです。
we need to do it if I can before Cone does her heal. He's getting rid of his status alignments. No, he didn't get... You're gonna heal him. No, you're just doing the defensive attack up. Okay. And she leveled up.
守り抜く。それが小生に与えられた使命なれば。こんな感じですか?
Ooh, got a co-op finale. Okay, we really gotta get this going. I wanna... Who are you co-oping with? Kuru. Damn it, I messed it up again. Damn, I wanna get that...
こんなところですか。
You know, been so nice to have. We don't want him dying quite. Because he has the ability of come back to life. So. I'm too early on that.
見えたかい？
邪魔させない。敵を排除します。
援護します。
Try it this time.
おげこちらへ。続けて。
There we go. Every turning, every spinning, every revolving, every swaying, every drifting, ever flowing. Embassy of the Origin. Cleanse this world of the stain of every creature's sin. Those do we plead your favor. Yeah, he got Reversal of Fate. Now we just gotta move those forward. Let's bring you here.
狙い撃ちます。
Okay.
止まれ。気は抜けない。
Let's bring you over here.
出陣じゃ。
So you got tack up.
見たか。でも。やってやるです。炎よ。
Good, good, good. No, let's wait. She's gonna have water favor. Yeah, that's what I thought. So it's gonna be with you, young lady, huh? Yeah, you need the heal. Ooh, you're really going after Tiger's Bloodlust and Physical Defense. One. Damn. Fire's favor. If I do with you, who you? Okay, you're doing Kuru. If I do with you, it's with her. Let's get rid of him. I must prove I am the Mikiko's true heir. I will prove it with my strength. This is your end. She ballparked him. Oh, and she also got health back. Cool. And then she comes down. Let's use up some of your physical. want to use up all those defensive points. So she doesn't have them.
手加減は苦手ですね。
And then Art of Revenge.
霹靂の型 小生の領域である。
皆さんのお役に
Earth Favor already.
阻む者を決断し小生の名において
行くよ
Oh, they're doing a co-op attack against Princess.
願わくばこの拳無益でないことを祈ら
落ち着いて。 やったかな。
勝利のためにどう戦おうかそれで終わりか要求を傷つけようと決まったかな十分
Uh-oh.
少年
小生が盾となろう
Dang it.
前
Bye-bye, Princess.
この程度でへこたれて
Oh, she has escaping death. Okay, good. But she's only got 1 life. And she's full of life once more.
王子様のために
アフリカがなくとも小生は初中傷なのだ
いかがですか主様ここは慎重に行くです
Co-op. 2936.
アフリカがなくとも小生は初中傷なのだ
行くですよ
Come here. And then we will do this.
治癒力油断大敵なのです
Maybe I should have centered on her.
小生に力を示すがよい
She needs to just go because she can't move.
下がるなら叩き潰す援護します
Gonna send Mikachu, Murichika to the sky. And she got some health back. Who are you going after? You going after her?
それが小生に与えられた使命なのだ 願わくばこの拳無益でないことを祈ろう
Kokopo. Let's. She's taunted, so she's gonna attack Muchika no matter what. And he's gonna attack too, which isn't bad. That's who I was gonna attack anyways. Not too early. Okay. Now all I have to worry about is Cone. Yeah, you're gonna get wiped. Sorry, princess. How do I do the thing again? Cheat. Shoot, how was it? I can't remember. What button was it again to do the auto chain? Okay, that's all. Don't push nothing and get the maximum attack. Okay. Put you behind so you can do your ambush stuff. Damn it. She even heals magic damage, I think, Erwin. No, that was not what I wanted. Yes, at least speed's down. And she leveled up, good. Ooh, that was a good one. Full crits. Get behind. It's a little hard to see the circle when their clothes is white too. But we won this one. The red and white battle. Everyone on his team will be leveling up. Nope, they didn't. Ooh. Oh, I forgot this doesn't give you levels when you fight the battle, just BPs. They only get levels in the fight itself. Okay. Okay. I take turns, scroll garden. Let's try this one. Use your skills. Allies take damage. So this one does not want us to have damage. Skills triggered by incoming attacks can also critically hit. And like action chains can have their effects and zeal gain boosted. Press the space bar precisely when the expanding circle ring overlaps with the outer ring.
行け。
まだまだ。
貫く。浅いか。貫く。浅いか。貫く。気持ちが入ってません。よし。このままじゃ。
Enemies, of course, come with their own skills. Certain action chains nullify the effects of enemy skills. Stay alert and use these chains when the situation calls for it.
隠れ屋の息吹放ちた。やってやるです。
Am I supposed to attack?
風の力を解き放つです。
頼む。
掃除完了なのです。すべて計算
Okay.
通り。とはいかないのです。
If that's the way he wanted me to do it, just survive the battle without damage taken. Then we got Scroll Garden. Okay, that one's done. Can't do those yet. Yeah, this was the one I was having problems with. Let's see if any Ruthie. See what's yours. Ruthie's Frightened Aurora ability lowers the zeal of all enemies within the range at the start of her turn. No, that's not what I want. I want the... Here. Who's this one? You're up there. You're the one's next turn. Huh? Earth's favor. You're max. Am I too weak for this one yet? Because there's no way I'm going to be able to kill him. Let's just wait. Well, it goes. Yeah, I might not be able to do that one yet. Because there's no way I was able to do 200 damage. The most I could do was what, 130 it was? So that one we might have to wait. Let's see what the twins want. Until Dummy's next turn. Who's going next? That dummy. Way over there. Yeah. So if I move here. So I don't really care about the soldier. Sarna's action chain, Rika Shuzan inflicts the curse status alignment on its targets. Curse units cannot gain zeal or recover health. Using Rika Shuzan, you can prevent enemies over zeal. So you want me to do overzeal with them? Probably because if it overzeal, they'll kill me. The Visage of Abyss skill calls forth the dark entity Moth. Moth's presence activates the dark element. In addition, Moth is unique among your units in that allies can target to build zeal. Or it can be used to target while... We can do this. And we can target all three. Resident of Heaven and Earth. And that's all we had to do. Okay, that one's done. Can't do that one yet. Norseas. Whether part of an action chain could still have an effect across variations in terrain height depends on the specific chain. Try Dorsey's action chain, Haran Rapu, to attack distant large height differences, despite large height differences, or Raku Haikon for conquering even more dizzying heights. Holy crud, they want this. Okay, so who's going first? You're last. Okay, this is the one they wanted us to kill first. This one, huh? Okay, I have to hit it.
容赦はしない。獲物はどこだ？
Next is that one. Okay. I gotta do that one over again. Because I missed it. I clicked it on the right spot and it's just like didn't count. Annoying. Too early. That was a late one. I don't know why it was late. That was a late. Damn it. It's hard to. I feel like no, that's not what I want to do. I feel like I'm hitting it, but it just. Damn it. Almost. Just a little too early. There we go. Okay, what's next? Don't care about toppers. Huh. See. Okay, so what? I'm gonna have to think on that one. Do some story. That's getting me a little. Oh, Maru. Okay, what do you got? Where art thou? Oh, villain. Where are thou, my enemy? Hurry, though. Hurry and reveal thyself. Yo, and if thou once refuse my call, ahoy, ahoy.
燃えろ。
burn.
何もかも
All,
燃えるでおじゃる。
all will burn.
マロの敵は全部燃やすでおじゃる。
All my enemies into the fire.
燃えろ。
Burn,
燃
burn,
えろ。
burn,
燃えろ。
burn,
燃えろ。
burn.
燃えろ。すべて燃え尽きる。
All must burn. He's been bugified, like if you remember from Star Trek, that one, I can't remember which one, where Khan puts the bugs in the people to control them. Well, they took a little bit of that into this. I don't know how it got into him, but he's being controlled by a bug. All must burn. Aye, fire! Maru's grandfather. Oh, he's burning his own house?
マロの何をしてでも狂ったでおじゃるか。
Maru, what dire impulse has seized? Has these gone mad?
答えるでおじゃる。我が家がマロの家が。
Answer me. Oh, my house, my house.
父上、はよ火を消さねば。水を。
Father, we must quench this fire swiftly. I say, water, water.
ああ、ようやく現れたでおじゃるね。
And so, at last, those emerged. Ugh. He's always hated them.
何を。
He was a dutiful grandchild and son, but they just kept on spending money and money and money because he kept on earning it and earning it and earning it. Oh, Maru, what possesses thee?
父上。マロロ。そなた何をやったか分かっているでおじゃるか。
Father, Maru, you, those don't realize thou hast wrought.
この親不孝者めが。
You, oh thou vile, ungrateful son.
そのくてはいけないでおじゃる。
Kindling for the prior.
燃やさなくてはいけないでおじゃる。
Kindling for the prior.
燃やさねばならぬ。
Kindling for the fire.
待て。待つでおじゃる。やめ。そなた何をしているのか。
Maru, wait, please, I beg, what are those? Oh, help! Yeah.
父上。
Oh, Father!
ここにも元凶がいた。
And so another villain emerges in the shadow, screaming, and he kills him. Yeah.
なぜこの父。
Wherefore, the own father, the blood, Maru.
燃えよ。
Burn, burn, and burn and burn.
もっと熱くまばゆくマロを縛るもの燃やし尽くすでおじゃる。
Flames dwindling, light blinding, all that beneath me I will burn down.
すべ
All shall burn! His cry, neither fully the thrill of release or the rage of a curse, comes to abrupt end.
ここはどこでおじゃるか。マロは何をしているでおじゃるか。
Where am I? What strange portrays has driven me here? He shakes his head foggily, as if woken from sleep, and looks around him. Fire! Alas! It must be fast and quench, else all within will be endangered. I beg, anyone, we need aid! At last his eyes pass over the two figures on the floor. Father! Grandfather! He follows the embrace of unmoving corpses, anguish and desperation ripping his voice from his throat. Father! Father! Please! Father! What wicked beasts would commit such cruel horrors? That. Yeah. What comes? My head. Such pain in my head. Samaru. Shadow calls Maru's name. Who goes there? The stranger does not answer. The fire dances in Maru's eyes, fright and confusion behind his gaze. And then he gets knocked out. That was one of Wushi's little assistants. He raises the unconscious Maru in his arms and turns his back. All that remains is soon consumed, swallowed up by chrism flames. I suppose this is what you're referring to then? No guarantee of stability indeed.
私もここまでのことは予想していませんでした。たとえ記憶を制御できても、もともと持った情念は消しきれませんから。
To be honest, even I did not foresee problems of this severity. Memories can be altered, but emotions are a different beast entirely. Current conditions?
眠らせてあります。いつでも起こすことはできますが、いかがいたしましょう。
He is being kept asleep. We can wake him at any time, if necessary. What shall we do? Too much for us right now, perhaps.
人格を安定させるため、上書きをより強固にしてみましょう。多少は扱いやすくなるはずです。
If the aim is to stabilize his personality, we could increase the strength of the overwrite. He would be easier to control, but
記憶の衝突は避けられません。ある程度までなら抑える術はありますが、解消されない場合は
inconsistencies between the two memories will be inventable. If I have the means to suppress it up to a point, but if it remains unresolved,
廃人となることさえありえます。
his psyche may be severely damaged. Unavoidable, I'm afraid. Only
こたびのことをあやつにとって重荷にならぬよう計らえるか。
regarding tonight's events, can you assure he is not unnecessarily burdened by them?
できないことはありませんが、さらに状況を悪くするかもしれません。おすすめしかねますが。
It wouldn't be impossible, but it may only make the situation worse. I can't recommend it.
構わぬ。 つまらぬことに気を取られ、働きが鈍るようでは困る。
Not my concern. I can't have him being distracted by trivialities. It would be far too inconvenient to have him slowed now.
案外お優しいのですね。
How fortunate he is for your small mercies.
早速取り掛かりますので、これで失礼します。
I should begin work on this immediately. Excuse me.
聞いていたな。
You heard then?
はい。
Yes.
こたびの一件はどうなっている？
Your summary of the incident?
失火とだけ報じさせ、司祭については厳重に伏せるように整えました。
I have ensured that all reports refer to it as an accidental fire. The details have been appropriately obscured.
ならばよい。
Glad to hear it.
ですがよろしいのですか？采配師の家族が何者かに惨殺されたとあれば、これを利用しない手はないかと。
Are you certain, though? If we had reports that the tactician's family had been murdered, it may have been better served their cause.
欲張らぬことだ。オシュトルに気取られれば元も子もない。
Best that we don't get too greedy. If Oster catches wind of this, all our efforts would be for nothing.
承知しました。
Understood. Are they gonna like try to use him as a Trojan horse? Send him into our group and then have him go crazy, doing stuff in fights for them? Hero's report delivered in the early afternoon of that day did not paint an optimistic picture. So we are unable to gather any more soldiers then.
すみません、兄上。
I'm truly sorry, brother. No, you have done well in gathering what we have already. It must have been difficult. Hiru's shoulders sag with every second he stands before me. I feel compelled to cheer him up a bit. Really, I think everyone's ready doing everything they can.
そう言ってもらえると、少し救われた気がします。
It is something of a relief to hear that. At that, Guru finally does smile. That said, it's true we may have reached our limits in terms of recruiting new soldiers. We managed to retake Rumono Pass and struck an alliance with Kujuru. Thanks to that, other countries are beginning to join our ranks. Our sheer force of manpower now is leagues beyond our numbers when we first arrived here. The number of soldiers under our command was halved by Rico's schemes, but now we've enough to master offensive at least. But it's not enough. Not to face the Imperial army head on and take the Imperial capital. I suppose now is the time to test our power and see what is within our capabilities.
兄様、おられますか？
Dear brother, are you here? A flustered-looking Nico bursts into the room.
あ、猫姉さん。
Nico? Nico silences Hiru with a look and rushes to my side. You seem agitated. Is something wrong?
兄様、これを。
Dear brother, here. With that, Nico holds out a letter. This is...
今しがた届いたです。緊急の要件とのことなのです。
It has only just arrived. It concerns a matter of urgency. I had a word to glance over the contents of the letter, and unable to stop myself, I read it again and again. This is...
兄上、どうかしたんですか？
Brother, is something the matter? I cannot bring myself to reply yet. I read the letter again. No. I read it right from the first time, but this letter is...
発注将が一人、時房様からの同盟の申し入れなのです。
It is from Lord Tukafusa, one of the 8 pillar generals. He wishes to form an alliance.
そのために、いずるはへ来訪賜りたいと。
And for that reason, he asks that you come to Izuraha.
なるほど。
That's where these guys are
それで我
from.
々が呼ばれたわけですか。
I see, and so he has called upon us. Oge raises his gaze from the letter to me after surveying it. Norcy stands alongside him, have already read it for herself. As I recall, you two hail from that clan from the clan that Lord Tufasa rules over.
それは違うぞ。もともとかの地イズルハを治めていたのは我が一族で、こいつはその後釜なのだ。
No, that's not quite it. Originally, that land was ruled over by our clan, and he took control afterwards. Oh? Noting my questioning expression, Ogi supplies the details with a smile as placid as ever.
10年ほど前まではですが、
Things changed about 10 years ago, you see.
もともとイズルハは我らの氏族が治めており、それを我が家が長となってまとめ上げていたのです。
Originally, Uzuraha was governed by our clan. The head of our family became chieftain, and was responsible for uniting the other clans.
それも今のようなバラバラな状態ではなく、一体の氏族すべてをまとめ上げるほどに。
It was quite a bit different from now, where each clan acts individually. Back then, all the clans were united as one.
そしてその長をしていたのが当時発注将でもあった我々の父というわけです。
And our chieftain was, at that time, one of the 8 pillar generals, our father.
父上は強くたくましく義に厚く、帝の真も絶大で、まさに長の中の長だったのだ。
Our father was strong, and stalwart, and righteous. The Mikado trusted him greatly. He was a chieftain among chieftains. Dorsey puffs out her chest with pride as she declares her father's virtues. I see some worth enter Ogi's smile.
姉上の憧れなんです。その当時の父は。
Our father was an incomparable man. He aspired my sister to become the woman she is today. I see. Dorsey's eyes sparkle with almost childlike joy. She looks ready to launch into account of his heroic exploits at any moment. You two are not very familiar with Lord Tokafusa, then?
あることはあるが。
We are in a sense, but...
さて、どんな人柄かはちょっとわかりません。昔父と確執があったくらいのことは知っていますが。
I'm afraid we know blessed little of his honest character. I can say that there was some dissent between him and our father in the past. However, I see. So we won't know until we meet him in person. We have no information to work with, and his intent is still unclear. As I compliment our options, I hear Ogi say, speak.
オシトルさんはこの話に乗るつもりですか?
Oster, do you intend to comply with him? There is no denying that such an alliance would help our cause, but...
相手の意図が知れない限り信用はできないと。
Until we can verify their true intent, you are loath to trust him? Absolutely, yes.
しかし、この機を逃せば、発注者をこちらに引き込める機会はないのでは?
Yet, if we allow this opportunity to slip by, we may never find ourselves with a better opportunity to recruit one of the 8 pillar generals, hmm?
確かにいい話ではあるのだが。
It does sound like a fine prospect. It would be a shame indeed to refuse this chance. However, we may be playing right into his hands.
やはり罠なのか?
So, it could be a trap? It is possible, yes.
さてさて、ではどうします?
And so, what will you do? Ogi's questioned me, his smile unchanged. What's important is ensuring that no matter what happens, things turn in our favor. So, Narcy, you told me previously that your greatest aim was to restore your noble household.
ああ、それがどうかしたのか?
Yes, what about it? And upon our liege's return to the Imperial capital, I believe I promised you the rank of one of the 8 pillar generals for your efforts?
あれは本気なのか?
So, you were serious about that? It may seem too early to make such plans, but Narcy, I want you to unite your tribe.
だとすれば、家督を継がねばならない。そのためには父上を説得せねばならんが。
If that's the case, I would have to succeed my father as the head of the family. That would require us to convince my father first. When Narcy responds, her voice is shaking. She's fighting to remain calm, but as the plan gains momentum, she can't hide her growing excitement.
だが、 なぜ急がねばならんのだ？
But why?
戦が終わってからでもよかろう。
So their father is still alive? How did he lose the 8 pillar ship? Now that's something that's gonna hopefully find out about. But why so soon? Wouldn't it be better to do so after the war is over? Having you become the chieftain now would grant you political weight.
政治的な意味？
Political weight? As the situation stands, even if we take back the throne, it would be very unlikely that we could restore your homeland to its former glory. Many will make a move to seize whatever spoils they can. Those of higher rank will rob credit from those lower, leaving little for them.
そうですね。今のままですとそうなるかと。
Indeed so. That would be the natural outcome if we proceeded as is. Ogi's already nodding in grim agreement before I even finished speaking. On the other hand, Norcy seems a little lost.
うん？いや、どういうことだ？
Hmm? Huh? Wait. What do you mean?
家柄だけの輩が割り込んできたとき、確たる立場のない我々が割を食うことになるという話ですよ。
She's the perfect figurehead while he's the perfect advisor for her. She's the light while he's the... He will be the one that, in true running the clan while she's just... Whenever need someone bonked on the head, she would be the one doing it. However valiant our efforts, without any credible standing, there's nothing to stop someone of high rank robbing us of our prestige.
うん。
If you attain a title before that happens, however, then your voice would carry more weight in the imperial capital. The greater our forces become, the more restrictions we must act under. Think of this as a form of preparations against them. Not to mention, if Norcy assumes the mantle of chieftain and unites the clans, it will be far easier for me to award her with a higher rank.
つまり、私が家督を継げば、家の最高に近づくのだな。
So you are saying, if I succeed the title of chieftain, I will be that much closer to restoring my house's name? That is correct. Ogi listens, clearly deep in thought, then speaks again, urging his sister onward.
受けるのがよろしいかと。双方に利点のあることです。
I would advise that you take this offer, dear sister. The proposition seems beneficial for both of us and Oster.
そうか。
I see. To be honest, Ogi's support is rather reassuring. I kind of doubt that Norcy completely understands all the nuisance of our discussion. Knowing him, I'd probably guess he's in agreement because this would make things interesting.
まさかオシトルがそこまで我々のことを考えてくれていたとはな。
I never imagined Oster would support our cause like this. Norcy's gaze flickers to me. She looks extremely moved, but the gratitude in her expression makes me feel a pang of guilt within my chest. Truth is, my proposal is more self-serving than she's probably realized. Pushing this plan forward now also works as insurance for us. If Tokafusa alliance is genuine, all the better. And even if it's a trap, if we have Norcy as the clan leader, that's a firm foothold in Uzuraha. He'll be less likely to try anything drastic.
善は急げとも言うからな。父上にも会うとなれば、早々に準備せねば。
Well, let us get to business. If we're to meet with my father, we should make our preparations immediately. Needless to say, I will be accompanying you. I intend to provide my full support in convincing your father. Will you guide me there?
礼を言うぞ。まあ、時房殿に会うために近くまで行くのだ。そのついでに立ち寄ればいい。
Ah, my thanks. We'll be near my household on our way to meet Lord Tukafusa. We can stop by along the way. Okay, so they're north.
ここがノスリたちの故郷イズルハなんだ。
So this is Norcy's home. Izuraha.
道がすごくデコボコなのです。
The road is quite bumpy. Nico looks a little uneasy. Seems like she isn't used to bad roads like this. Dorsey only replies to both is a forced smile.
と言ってもまだほんの入り口だが奥地にはもっと深い森もある。
Well, this is just the entrance. The forest gets much denser the further we go. And how much longer do we have?
もう少しかかるかと。何せ父上は隠遁していますので。
I'm afraid we still have quite a ways. Our father was quite thorough in secluding himself from the world. I see. A sigh escapes me at Augie's words, and I glance behind me. This traveling party ended up a lot bigger than we had planned. We had Dorsey and Augie as guides, obviously. Then we have Nico and the twins accompanying us as a support. Not bad so far. But then Cone overheard there was a trip and volunteered to come along. And naturally, wherever Cole goes, Fumuro goes. And of course, Audie jumped in, declaring she was bored. That's about when things started to go wrong. That's half the team anyways. Sure enough, Audie throws a tantrum about wanting to go with me again. And after she was such a big help to have around and encourage her, I couldn't really refuse. And of course, then Munachika and Ruthie have to come as a guard and attendant, respectively. Then Kuru, then Jacquot, then Shion.
おや、こめかみなど押さえたりしてどうしました？
My, such a stress. You massaging your temples is something the matter? Do not ask. You already know why. He grins.
いいではありませんか。旅は道連れとも言いますし。
Oh, come now. Are you not pleased to have such support? The more the merrier, I believe the phrase goes. The only reason he's so easygoing about this is because he's not the one who will have to control them. Yeah, I agree with him. This party is so... Oh, this time we got a decent force. We've been staying off the main roads to avoid being spotted. And we're ready in Uzuraha now. And if things go well, if everything goes to hell, we can always call for reinforcements from Akamu. What I'm worried about is the princess. But then again, it would have been much more trouble if she had followed me in secret. It might be safer for her to stay where I can keep a close eye on her anyway. We shored up our defenses, and the princess is in a formal dress instead of her usual clothes. Not many could recognize her in these. It's unlikely anyone's going to aim directly for the princess like that. And after all, with the princess here, we might have a better shot when we get to the negotiations. Dorsey's father used to be a pillar general, a man of loyalty, I gather. With the princess with us, it's unlikely he'll give us a cold shoulder. And that's precisely why we have to talk to him first. However, there are tall trees all around us, but the thin canopy overhead drapes us with sunlight. Dapples us with sunlight. It feels tranquil here, like a fairy tale. But a forest is a forest. We're far from civilization. Beasts could leap out at us anytime, claws out and fangs bared. I didn't think he'd be living in the backwoods like these. Augie made it sound like some kind of hermit, but this is way beyond what I expected.
ここから先は徒歩になる。
From here on, we'll have to go by foot.
この先に道はないようですけど。
I don't see any roads in front of us.
まあ隠れるように暮らしているからな。
Well, he is living as if he's been hiding away. In other words, we'll have to go through this forest. Hearing that, Aji pops her head from the cart, face indignant.
なんじゃ結局歩くのではないか。
What? So now we end up have to walk anyway?
聖女、お手を。
My liege, your hand?
む、
Thank you. With Bluechiki holding her hand, Anju descends from the cart.
荷車や付き人をここで待たせておいても問題はないのか？
Would there be a problem if we had our carts and attendants wait here?
この辺りは人を襲うような獣は生息していませんし、俗に襲われる心配もありません。
There is
心配
no
無用かと。
There are no aggressive animals in this area, and this is well beyond the reach of bandits. You need not worry.
なあ、まだ着かないのか？
Hey, are we there yet?
お？あ、もうちょっとだ。
Hmm? Ah, we're almost there.
もうちょっとってどのくらいだ？
How much is almost?
半時ほどか？
Well, I'd say about hour perhaps?
半時ってどのくらいだ？
How's long an hour?
それはだな、なんというか。
What? That is... well... How do I describe it?
ん？
Huh?
それはね、しーちゃん。歌を歌いながら行けばあっという間くらいなの。
Well, Shion, if we sing a song while we go, then we should be there before you know it.
あっという間か？
Before I know it.
一緒に行きましょう。森を歩こう。
Yes.
一緒に歩こ
Yes, all together now. The wheels on the cart go round and round,
う。森を歩こ
round and round.
う。もう。
Jeez. See the two of them acting like they're on a field trip. Cone size.
ヤクトワルト、二人から絶対に目を離さない方がいいかな。
Jackabolt.
私も十分に気をつけるから。
Jackabolt. Don't let them out of your sight. I'll keep an eye on them too. Sure. Pay no attention to the others having their fun. Dorsey stands there for a while, as if lost in thought. Until Audie pops up in her face.
なあなあ、ノスリハン。
Hey, hey, Dorsey!
突然どうした？びっくりするではないか。
Whoa, what is it? Don't scare me like that.
あいやいや、そんなに慌ててどうかしたのけ？
Huh? What are you so worked up about?
いや、なんでもないんだ。
No, it's nothing. Absolutely nothing.
ふーん。まあいいんやけど。
Well, radio then.
それにしても、ノスリハンのトト様ってデートでの暮らしからこんな何もないところに引っ込むなんて物好きなんやね。
Anyway, your papa sounds like an odd sort of fellow to me. Going from the imperial capital to living in the woodsy sort of place like this.
まあ、私もここまで偏僻なところに住まなくてもとは思うのだが。
Honestly, I don't think he should be living out in such a remote place either.
父上は表向き国外に追放されたことになっていますからね。仕方がないのです。
Strictly speaking, our father was exiled from our country. He had little choice in the matter.
まあ、
Dorsey makes a vague, dissatisfied sound at Augie's words. I pause, giving some thought to Dorsey's recent behavior. She's been acting pretty odd. She did run away from her household, even if it was for the sake of restoring it. Maybe it's hard to go back. Still, we came this far, and we can't afford to wait for her to figure out her feelings. We'll have to hope facing the circumstances is enough to shake her out of it.
ねえ、早く出発した方がいいんじゃないかな。このままだと 日が暮れてしまうと思うけど。
We should get going, I think. The sun's going to set on us at this rate. Sure enough. Everyone's gathered your things, and let's be off. Follow Norse's lead. We walk through the forest for an hour until the trees start to open up a little. A settlement of small houses, clustered and huddled, rest between a slightly elevated mountain and the end of the vast clearing. This feels like ninjas. So this is
ええ。目的の場所です。
indeed our destination.
なんだか綺麗に整ったお庭のような感じがします。
It's so lovely, like a well-tended garden. It's true. This place looks pastoral, like a painting of the countryside. The cell isn't too big. It feels like a miniature garden. Not too much, not too little. I can see a field, and a shed, and a river runs next to the houses, bubbling gently. The atmosphere here is idyllic, so complete. The thought springs unbidden to my mind. It would be such a peaceful place to live.
まあ、何もないところだ。
Well, it's a little empty. Despite my impressions of the place, Dorsey gives the landscape a praising look, as though it's missing something. Seems like a nice enough place to me.
おお、お客さんかい。
Ah, there's the father. Oh, we've got guests? Awesome thought. I only now noticed the easygoing looking man who speaks to us. He doesn't sound too surprised to see us. Something about the smile on his face reminds me of Ogi. Dorsey and Ogi step forward, facing the man together.
ただいま戻りました。父上。
We've returned, father.
相変わらずお元気そうで何よりです。
You seem well. It does me good to see you. See to it. Yeah. So this is Norcy's father. An easy smile crosses the man's face as he responds.
そりゃお互い様だな。で、
Feeling mutuals. So, return their greetings casually, his eyes turn to a lot of us. I can see curiosity burning behind his lidded, sleepy expression.
そちらさんは
What's all this? Accepting the implied challenge in his gaze, I advance to the front of the group and bow. Pleased to meet you. My name is Oster. I am glad to make your acquaintance.
ほう。お前が噂のおしとるね。
Oh, so you're the Oster I've heard so much about.
で、そっちの女将軍は最近発注賞になった宗近とやらかい。
And that general lady over there ought to be the newly titled Pillar General, Munachika, huh?
若輩者である小生のこともご存知だったとは誠に恐縮です。
You are even aware of novice such as I. Then you do me too much honor. His eyes crinkle as he surveys us. You'd never guess he was some solitary hermit just from looking at him. No, he seems more like a leader of a gang of kids, like he's never really grew out of it.
父上、オシトル殿が名乗ったのだから、父上も名乗るべきではありませぬか？
Father? Lord Oster has introduced himself. Shouldn't you return the favor?
おお、そうだったな。
Ah, fair enough. He nods at his daughter's words. The man gives his clothes a couple of brushes to dislodge dust, then stretches leisurely.
玄宝と申す。娘らが世話になっているようだな。
I'm Genho. Seems like you've been looking after my kids. I appreciate it. Yes, a pleasure? I almost choke on my reply, taken back at how laid back he still remains even after we reveal our identities.
まあ、何にしても立ち話ってことはあるまいよ。せっかくだから我が家にって何人連れてきてるんだお前ら。
Well, no point standing around flapping jaws. Since you're here, why not come settle in? And hold it, how many of you are there? He almost does a double take. Flabbergasted. I can't blame him. I felt the same way.
それに
And...
なんじゃ。
Hmm? What? Genho's gaze passes over Aji, still in her casual clothes, standing among Kon and the others. Wait, did he notice? No, even if he had met the princess, she would have been a baby back then. He couldn't have recognized her. Genho doesn't say anything, though. He just turns around.
まあいいさ。詰めりゃ入るだろう。俺、ついてきな。
Ah, well, it'll be snug, but we ought to fit if we can cram in. Come on, the house is this way. Let's give me some words. Genho guides our sizable group to his house. It doesn't look too big, it just looks like a normal countryside house. But the parlor we've eventually reached, while simple, is well built and fairly large. Our tea sets and antiques are stacked haphazardly in the corners. And unfinished paintings line the wall. It's kind of a mess.
相変わらずですね。
I see some things never change. Ogi smiles, turns a little glassy at the sight of the parlor. Goho's smile, however, only broadens.
なんせお前らが飛び出してからは俺の一人住まいだからな。
Hey, with you two gone, I'm back to living like a bachelor.
まあ適当に座れ。ここには礼儀を気にするような奴はいねえからな。
Well, sit wherever you like. Nobody's gonna get on your case about critique out here. Genho takes what could generously be called the seat of honor, and everyone else finds places to sit as well. Now, how to bring up the subject? Genho stares at me with a fearless smile. I match his gaze steadily. Him being Ogi's father, I'm sure if I say anything careless, I'll get my legs swept out from under me. First, I got to find a way to break down the walls between us so we can talk in earnest. With this in mind, I speak up, trying to keep my tone light. I apologize for opposing with our sudden arrival, especially considering our numbers. You may have my sincere gratitude for accommodating us.
なに構わんさ。畑仕事はもう終わっているからな。あとは日が暮れるまでのんびりと釣りでもしようかと思ってたところだ。
No skin off my nose. I've already done all my work in the fields today. Figured I'd put my feet up, maybe go fishing until the sun went down. Oh, you fish here? Meeting Genho's eyes, I relax my postures, as if resting a fishing pole against one leg. A sunny day like this, spent under the shade of a tree, with no company but a fishing line and a glass of something strong. I can't blame you. Genho grins widely, leaning forward, starting to pay attention now.
あんたもやるのかい?
Eh, you too, huh?
噂を聞く限りじゃ、面白みのない堅苦しい男だの、卑劣感だの、散々な言われようだったが、わかってるね。
You know, the rumors say you're uptight, stiff, you got a real stick up your ass. They say a lot of things, but seems like you get it.
何が真実かってな、会ってみりゃ一目瞭然ってことよ。
It's easy to see the truth about someone once you meet him in person. It's hard to tell if he's being serious. Genho strokes his chin, grinning sidelong. As far as alcohol and fishing, well, I'm no connoisseur, but it's a nice place to do it. Green, warm, you get a nice breeze going through. You can really feel the life in this place.
ああ、ここはいいぞ。土地が豊かでね。贅沢しなけりゃちょいと働くだけで、あとは悠々自適に暮らしていける。
Ah, fine place this. The land's plentiful enough. Just gotta put a little work in, and you can live without a care in the world.
狩りや釣りを趣味として、時には親しい奴らと将棋を打ったり、歌を競ったり、飲んで騒いでってな。
I get to hunt and fish when the mood takes me, or play shogi with my friends, or have pottery competitions, or drink and party. The finest thing is life, truly. I am envious. As I speak, I look around the parlor, noticing the unfinished pictures along the walls. Those pictures only look half finished. Are they yours, Lord Genho?
ああ、最近ちと凝っててな。これが難しい上に奥深くてな。なかなかに面白いときたもんだ。
Ah, yeah. I've been trying my hand at art recently. Harder than it looks, let me tell you. But it's good for the soul. A lot of fun, too.
これなんか 自分じゃ結構うまく描けたと思ってるんだが。
I think this one turned out okay, myself. He reaches over as he speaks, pulling up a picture leaning against the wall nearby. There on the canvas, we see a singular, beautiful flower with vivid purple petals. The colors are dark, but all the same, it's such a lovely flower that just looking at it makes me feel oddly peaceful.
そのお花
That flower.
綺麗すごくお上手です
Ah, so beautiful. It looks so real.
ほほう、お世辞抜きでそう言ってくれるとは嬉しいね。
Oh, nothing sweeter than a genuine, flattery-free compliment.
でもそのお花何のお花ですか
But
見た
that,
ことないお花ですけど
but that blossom. What sort of flower is it? I've never seen it like. It's like.
異国の花だからな。見たことないのも無理ないさ。
Ah, well, it only grows in some far-off country. Figures you wouldn't recognize it.
こんな偏僻なとこにまで来てくれる知り合いがくれた花でな。
An old friend gave me this flower once, when they came all the way out to this neck of the woods.
彼女にとっても思い入れの深い代物らしい。なんでも家族や小さな幸せなんかを象徴する花だそうだ。
It sounded like this little bloom held some significance for her, to her. See, in the language of flowers, it means family and little joys.
そのお花はどこに咲いているんですか
Where does that flower grow? Do you recognize it?
私の故郷によく咲いていたお花だからちょっと懐かしいかなって
Well, it's a flower that grows in many parts of my home country, so it's a bit nostalgic.
それにちょっと思い入れのあるお花だから
And it has some significance to me too.
ほほう。なんなら摘んで帰るかい？裏庭の花壇に咲いてるが。
Oh, you want to pick some before you leave? There's a little patch of them in the flower beds out back.
いいんですか
Would that be alright?
なーに、そういうことなら少しくらい構わんさ。
If it's that important to you, it's fine if you take a bloom or two. With that, Genho pushes him off, raising his hand to his lips in a tipping motion, giving us an impish look.
ああ、そうそう。お前らいける口かい？
Right. So then, y'all drink?
今年の仕込みは上々でな。こんな偏僻なとこまで来たんだ。客をもてなさねえのは仁義に反する。
This year's stock turned out damn fine. It came all the way out here. Again, and it's against my code to not to offer some proper hospitality. If the Audi and Jacobalt seize their chance.
大好物や
Oh yes, that's my favorite kind of hospitality.
ほほう嬉しいこと言ってくれるじゃない
Woohoo! Now you're talking my language.
こんな時間からお酒は
Drinking at this hour would be.
まあまあせっかくのお誘いなんやしと思うけどな腹終わって話すのはやっぱ宴会が一番と思うんよ
Oh, come on. He's inviting us, isn't he? Sounds like a lovely time to me. And having a party is a great way to have a heart-to-heart.
うちの男たちも殴り合いの喧嘩した後には飲んで騒いで仲直りする
After my men had their scraps and brawls, then head out to the pub and make friends again by drinking lots and makes noise.
そうこ
Making
な
noise.
っちゃな。よし、ならとっておきのごちそうしてやるが。
Am I gonna guess? Sure, I think I could put together a little banquet for you folks.
ほんとけおじさま最高
Really? You're the best, mister.
なんのなんの。
Don't mention it.
姉様よろしいのですか
Do dear sister, is this all right?
いいんじゃないかな。親睦を深めるためにお酒の席を設けて腹を割って話すというのは私の実家でもよくやっていたし。
It should be fine, I think. That happens a lot in my household, too. Deepening bonds and talking over drinks. As if to punctuate her words, Cone cheerfully raises the large cup hanging at her waist.
姉様。
Dear sister?
本当だから。お酒を飲むための口実とかじゃないから。
What? It is true. I wouldn't just make up an excuse to drink. However, noticing Cone's drinking cup, Genho narrows his eyes.
ほほう、自前の杯とは。しかも、夜空のような漆黒の中に、明星のごとく輝く散りばめられた金の湯滴。
Oh, a personal drinking cup, huh? Black as the night sky, and speckles with that gold glaze, like a field of stars.
そっちの姉ちゃん、ただもんじゃねえな。
You girl, you're no ordinary traveler,
ふふん。そちらこそこれがわかるなんて。
I could say the same to you. Not everyone understands this.
わかるも何も、そりゃわかんねえ方がどうかしてるね。
Understanding. Let me tell you, something's gotta be wrong with you if you don't understand something like that.
お気に入りなんですけど、どっかの誰かさんにはボロギギリみたいな色だなとか言われちゃったから、ちょっとね。
It's my favorite, but a certain someone once told me it looked like the color of a boar giggery. So, well,
そいつもか。好みは人それぞれだが、そいつはもう少し見る目を養った方がいいな。
haha, you're kidding. They said that? Well, to each their own. But sounds to me like your friend needs their eyes checked.
私もそう思うかな。
I agreed. I think. Hold on. Was that me?
それじゃあ客人を働かせるのは気が引けるが、ちょいと主演の準備を手伝ってもらえるかい？
Feels kind of awkward asking my guests to do some work, but I'm gonna need a hand getting a feast together for so many people. You mind?
お手伝いか？シナモンはお手伝い得意だぞ。
You need help? I'm good at helping.
元気のいいお嬢ちゃんじゃねえか。お嬢ちゃんには何か菓子を食わしてやろう。さて、今、酒とつまみを。
Ha ha ha. Ain't you a sweet little thing? Here, I got some candy just for helpers like you. Let me grab the booze and then the snacks. He seems in a good mood, cheerfully ambling out of the room, when Norcy raises her voice.
父上
Father! At that, Genho slowly turns to face Norcy, who stares up at him, defiant but nervous.
父上に折り入って話がある。私たちは
Father, there is something I must discuss with you in earnest. Genho cuts her off with a sigh, not bothering to listen to anything more.
やれやれ。まったく無粋なやつだ。
Good grief, still got no tact, huh?
なぬ
What?
要はお前、自分に家督を譲れって言いに来たんだろ？
Let me guess, you came here to demand that I step down and that you become the head of the family. That it?
う
With the initiative lost, Norcy stumbles on her words.
たく、お前は相変わらずこらえ性がねえっていうか。
Figures, you got no patience as usual. So he already saw through her intent. Still, in a way, I'm grateful he was the one to bring it up. So you understand then?
だから言ったろうが、お前が噂のってな。
I said, didn't I? I hear lots of things about you. Gohan's face creases into a full smile.
ヤマトのきな臭さは、こんな偏僻なところにいても匂ってくるほどだからな。
Something brewing down in Yamato. It's pretty obvious when even someone like me can smell it all the way out here in the sticks.
戦をやるには兵がいる。この辺は独立してる種族も多いし、数を集めるにはうってつけだ。
If you're in a war, you need soldiers. There's a lot of independent clans around these parts. Great if you're looking to gather an army. Then,
だがダメだ。
but no. Genho shuts us down. No room for no negotiations.
なぜです、父上。ここで正当である姫殿下に加勢すれば、家の再興も夢では。
Why, father? If you join the legitimate princess side, then at long last we may be able to restore our house.
やっぱりそんなくだらないこと考えてやがったか。
Still running after this trivial crap, then? He heaves a heavy sigh, as if exasperated by his daughter's words, then turns his gaze on me.
なあ、オシトル殿。俺はな、てめえのガキにお家だの士族だのなんて表もんを背負わせるつもりはねえんだ。
Hey, Lord Oster, you ought to know I've got no intention of letting this kid carry the weight of the house, or the clans.
なぜだ、父上。私にはちゃんと一族を背負って立つ覚悟がある。
But why, father? I've had the resolve to soldier the responsibilities of the clan and rise.
覚悟なんて言葉を軽々しく使うんじゃねえ。だいたいお前、一旗あげると言ってここを飛び出してから何かなしたのか？
Don't go saying this high stuff about resolve so lightly. You run out saying you make a name of yourself, but what did you really accomplish?
どうせやんちゃばかりして、そこにいる皆様に迷惑ばっかりかけてたんだろう。
Let me guess. You got up to your shenanigans again and caused a lot of trouble for all these nice folks. So true.
自分のケツを拭けないもんが偉そうな口を聞くもんじゃねえ。
Don't go talking big when you can't even clean up your own damn messes. In the face of his mercifully scolding, Norsey looks down, silent, hurt, and frustrated. And as Norsey remains quiet, in a syncopial sentence, a regal voice rings out.
今の言葉聞き捨てならぬぞ。
Your words are inexcusable.
ほう。
Oh? Genho immediately spots the speaker with his sharp eyes. In response, the girl hiding between the other stands with a cold authority. Anju enters disguise. Whether he knows her identity or not, though, Genho responds with harsh replying.
これは親子の問題だ。部外者が口を出していいもんじゃねえな。
This is a family discussion, little lady. I'm not looking for an outsider's opinion. However, Anju responds, her stare unflinching.
そんなこと世の知ったことではない。良いか元宝。
That is none of my concern. Listen well, Genho. Anju firmly points at Genho.
良いか元宝よ。今のヤマトの動乱を収め、帝都を正しき知性。
Listen well, Genho. To contain the disturbance in Yamato now, to rightfully claim rule of the imperial capital.
よく見えない。もっと上じゃ。
I can't see it. A little higher. What she's looking at now? Haji, stumbling in her delivery, is staring at the scroll that is anxious. That anxious Kuru is discreetly holding open alongside her.
まだるっこしい。
This is getting me nowhere. Haji finally loses her temper, seizing the scroll from him and throwing it to the floor with a clatter.
何も知りませんとつまらん言いがかりをつけるな。ノスリはな、世を救ってくれた恩人なのじゃ。
I've had enough of your silly little reprimes. When you know nothing of the matter. I owe my life to Norsey. She saved me.
ノスリだけではない。ここにいる皆が手を差し伸べてくれたからこそ、世はここにおる。
And not only Norsey, I may only stand here because of everyone here. They have lent me their aid.
この者たちだけなのじゃ。世のそばにいてくれたのは。
They were the only ones that stood by me when I needed it most.
この者たちだけが
They are the
世に。
only ones. She seems overcome for a moment, reminded of all the struggles we've been through. Her eyes shine with unshed tears, but she quickly gathers herself once more and definitely defiantly stares back at Genho.
そのノスリを貶めることは世が許さん。
I know Norsey well, and I will not forgive any who would dare to assault her honor.
正常。
My liege. Genho's expression softens, hearing Norse's unthinking reaction.
やはりそうであらせられましたか。
So, it was indeed you. Saying so, Genho kneels down without flinching or hesitation.
これまでの無礼お許しあれ。
Please forgive me for my earlier rudeness,
姫殿下。
Your Highness. I realized immediately, seeing his confident demeanor. So I knew about it from the start. We may have to hide behind the prince's words, but we can press on. Lord Genho?
ん
Hmm? You asked, I believe, what Norsey had accomplished.
ああ、確かに言ったね。
Ah, so I did. Has this not answered your question?
ん
The cold glower cracks, and I see a tinge of curiosity shine through.
ちっともわからないね。一体こいつが何を成したっていうんだい。
Suppose I'm still in the dark. Tell me, what would you say she's done? What has Norsey done? Of course, she has won the unwavering trust of her liege.
ほう。
Oh? I note a flicker of surprise, but Genho keeps his face passive. Though her intent was to strengthen her forces, our liege came here herself. And her words from earlier? You understand the implications, do you not?
つまり、娘は姫殿下の覚えがめでたいってわけか。この大和の帝となるべき姫殿下の。
You mean to say my daughter's in the favor of Her Highness and the next Mikado. And rightly so. Sure, this is undeniable proof that Norsey is a favored retainer of her lord, or liege. Is that not enough?
その通りだ。その通りであるぞ。
Yes, that's right. Absolutely correct.
成長。
My liege. Norsey kneels before Aji and bows her head low.
我が命、正常に捧げまする。
I hereby pledge my life to you, my liege. The formula is suddenly broken by Genho, laughing hard, clutching his stomach as if struck by something hilarious.
いやいや、こいつは一本取られたな。そうまで言われちゃ何もなしてないとは言えねえな。
Haha, nope. I give up. You got me there. If you say it like that, then who am I to say she ain't accomplished anything?
そこまで信頼を寄せられたら裏切るわけにはいかねえか。
If you want all that trust, well, who am I to betray it? Then you will lend your aid to her liege?
ああ、いいぜ。
Sure.
こんなに面白いメンツが揃ってるんだ。一枚噛んでみるのも悪くねえ。
Seems like a pretty fun bunch. Should be fun getting in on this. Hearing this, Norsey and Aji's expression brightened immediately.
父上。
Father!
元宝よ。感謝するぞ。
Genho, you have my thanks.
ただ、
But...
ん？
お家再興となるとちと問題がありますが。
As far as the whole restoring the house thing, going to be a slight hitch. A hitch? Once again, Genho smiles turn impish, like he's up to something.
ああ、そもそもうちはお家断絶。俺は国を追放された身だ。今さらお家を再興したところで他の連中を集められるとは思えね
My house is broken to begin with, and I'm an exile to boot. I don't know if I can gather anyone around me, even if we restore our name.
何をおっしゃるか。父上が声をかければ、皆喜んで馳せ参じましょうに。
What are you saying? If you call for them, everyone will rally to your banner.
え。そりゃ恩を売ったつもりはねえが、長としていろいろと連中の面倒を見てやったからな。
Well, it's not like they owe me any favors. I just took care of them when I was chieftain.
少しでも義理がたいやつなら声に応じてくれるだろうさ。
Anyone who's got a strong sense of duty will answer my call, sure.
では。
Then,
だが、そいつは俺が声をかけたらの話だ。その娘にまで従うってやつはどのくらいいると思う？
they'll answer my call, see? You suppose any of them are going to answer my daughter?
それは。
Well,
ましてや、家の命運を分けることともなればなおさらだ。
especially if it's about something as important as our house.
後継ぎというだけで 何の力も示さない小娘の声に従うほど連中は能天気でもお人よしでもねえぞ。
They're good folks, but they're not so charitable that they'll listen to a little girl with no power to show for herself, not even if she's my heir.
大体こいつはお前が首を突っ込んだ喧嘩だ。この喧嘩に親がしゃしゃり出てくるほどみっともないことはない。
This is your fight. It's your neck on the line, and there's nothing so disgraceful as a parent barging in on their kids' battles.
お前がもう寝小便たれのガキじゃねえって言うなら、てめえで何とかするってのが筋じゃねえのか。
I say if you want to prove you're not the same bedwetting brat, it's time to do something on your own.
つまりそれは
Then that means Norcy will have to gather up her clan under her own power after all.
そういうことだな。で、どうやって連中に認めさせる？
That's how it's gonna be. So, how are you gonna get them to accept you?
はあ、やれやれ。後先考えないのは相変わらずか。
Sigh. Good grief. As usual, you ain't thinking about what happens after the pointing and posturing.
まあ、手っ取り早いのは、士族の連中に金印を掲げてみせることだな。
Well, seems to me the fastest way would be to show everyone in the clan you got the golden seal.
金印
Golden seal?
ああ、お前には見せたことがなかったな。大昔に先の帝より授かった我ら士族に代々伝わる長の証だ。
Right. I never showed you. It's been passed down from the chieftain to chieftain in our clan, and Mikado himself granted it to me way back.
後ろには帝が控えてるって証拠にもなるから、そこいらの奴らなら見ただけでビビっちまう。
It's also proof that you've got the Mikado on your side. That'll make anyone think twice before challenging you.
まあ、帝がお隠れになられた今ではどこまで通用するかわからんが、それでも我らが士族の多さたる証には変わりない。
Well, with the Mikado gone, not sure how that'll work anymore. But it's still a symbol for the chieftain of our clan.
あのブライ将軍も持っていたあれですね。
Akin to the trinket that General Vurai had on him?
ああ、あれか。確かにありゃ、効果てきめんだったな。
Ah, that thing. Yeah, we got a lot of use out of that little doodad.
わあ、面白かったな。
Was it fun to do, Dad?
要するに、それを持ってる奴が、このイズル派で一番偉いってことになると言いたいのかい？
Anyhow, what you're saying is, whoever holds that the seal is of yours is the biggest deal in Uzuraha?
そんなところだな。イズル派は寄り合い所帯みたいな国だ。そういう見印に集まる人や力には侮れねえもんがある。
Something like that. Uzuraha is made up of whole mess of groups and parties, but folks won't be able to deny the power of the Imperial Seal.
だから正面切って長の権威に逆らうなんざ、よっぽど知恵と人徳がない限り多勢に無勢。
No one gets away with opposing that kind of authority, not unless the people see him as wise, virtuous, and strong-hearted.
おかげでそいつがあれば、イズル派の中じゃ少々の無理無茶も押し切ってしまえるって寸法だ。
Long as you got that, at least in Uzuraha, you can get away with working outside lines.
貧弱坊やだったあの時房が長となれたのも、金印のご意向ってのが大きい。
Tukafusa it was a weak little fellow, but he became the chieftain anyway, all thanks to the authority of the Golden Seal. I see, so if we can obtain that,
私に家督を譲ってもらえるのだな。
then you'll let me inherit the position as head of the family? Percy's eyes burned with passion as he raises to her feet.
譲るも何も、士族をまとめて長に収まってしまえば、結果的にそうなるもんだ。
Ain't no matter of letting you. If you become chieftain and unite the clan, it'll all happen as a matter of course.
ならば、今すぐにでも金印を手に入れて。
If that's it, I'll just go get the golden seal now and... Her voice flatters midway, and she darts a look toward Kanaho. After clearing her throat, she asks sheepishly.
して父上、その金印は
So, father, where, is this golden seal?
たくお前 昔から人は話を聞かねえな。
Good grief.
だろ
Good grief, kid. You weren't even listening, as usual. I just told you. Geno show sounds flat out exasperated.
時房が長となれたのも金印のご意向ってのが大きいってな。
I said Tokofusa only became the chieftain thanks to having the authority of the Golden Seal on his side, remember?
要するに金印は時房のところだ。そいつをこっちに取り返さなきゃならねえ。
Let me spell it out. Tokofusa's got it, and if you want it, you have to take it back from him.
どうするのすり。こいつはちょいと厄介だぞ。
So, what you gonna do, Norsey? Sounds like you got a real problem on your hands.
なぜあいつも金印を頼みにしてるわけだからな。おいそれと渡してはくれまい。
And keep in mind, he's relying on that Golden Seal power too. He's not gonna give it up that easily.
それでも私は長とならねばならぬのです。
Even so, I have to become chieftain.
今は昔とはいえ、かつては発注賞にまで列した家柄を継ぐこと、たやすいことでないのは分かっております。
It may be all in the past now, but our household once bore the prestige of a pillow general. Inheriting it will not be an easy feat.
ですが、これはきっと天が与えた試練に違いない。
But I know the heavens are testing me.
これを乗り越えてこそ、長にふさわしいものとなれるのだと。
If I overcome this, if I triumph here, then I will know I am truly worthy of becoming chieftain.
あ
Huh?
それに、時久殿とてエベンクルガの男。事の真相を知れば、心よく譲ってく
You
れ
are
ましょう。
so... And Lord Tokofusa is a man of the Kurgan. Even Kurgan, I mean. If he knows the rights and wrong of the matter, I'm sure he'll give it up gladly.
我らエベンクルガ族は義に生きるものですからな。
We of the Even Kurgan live by justice.
さすがは姉上。その澄み切った志に心洗われます。
Dear sister, your clarity and vibrance of will is, as always, refreshing to the very soul.
おい、王儀。ちゃんとこいつの面倒を見てくれと頼んどいたろうが。
Hey, Ogi, didn't I tell you you were supposed to take care of her?
ええ。ですので、このように誠心誠意面倒を見てますが。
Why, yes. As you can see, I am taking care of her quite wholeheartedly.
ああ、お前はそうだったな。
Ah, right. Forgot you were like that.
二人とも何の話をしている？
What are you two talking about?
まあいい。できるってんなら止めやしねえが。
Well, I'll keep my nose out of it. If you think you can do it, then go ahead. As Genho speaks, he glances in my direction.
まあ、天下のウコンエ大将がついてるんだ。めったなことはあるまい。
You got the illustrious Imperial Guard of the Right with you, after all. I'm sure you won't run into any snags or whatnot.
それは確かに。天下のウコンエ大将なのですから。
Indeed, not with the illustrious Imperial Guard of the Right on our side. Father and son both give me a cheerful look. I sigh inwardly. Looks like the both of them have roped me into this with a familiar skill. Good lord. Guess I've got no choice. Then in order to secure the Golden Seal, we shall propose the Lord Tokofusa that his position as the general will be assured upon our victory. If it comes to that, we may have to abandon our plan of making Norsey one of the 8 pillar generals.
そんな大それたことまで目論んでいたのか。
Heh, you were willing to go that far?
構わんぞ。発注賞はあくまでよろく。本命はお家最高だからな。
Think nothing of it. The rank of pillar general was merely a bonus anyway. My main goal is the restoration of my house.
家を再興できるなら別に惜しくもなんともない。
If I can restore my house's name, I will regret nothing.
さすがは姉上。発注賞の地位をよろくと言い切るその姿勢。めまいがするほど感動的です。
Your benevolence astounds, dear sister. To view the position of a pillar general as a mere side benefit, I am dizzied by your nobility.
だがそういうところはどこのドイツにいたのかね。
Good grief, sometimes I wonder who you get that from.
ちょうどこの後、時房殿へ会いに行くところ。
Besides, we were going to meet with Lord Tukafusa after this anyway.
見ててください、父上。見事時房殿を説得して、金印を手にしてみせましょう。
Please watch me, father. I will convince Lord Tukafusa of our cause, and I will take back the golden seal. And just like that, Dorsey rushes out, eyes blazing with confidence. She's probably going to get ready for the negotiations. But we still don't know Tokafusa's real motives. Dorsey's going to need some help as far as getting the golden seal concerned. My apologies. It pains me to turn down your offer of drink and merriment, but we must be off. Perhaps we can resume our feast on our return? As we rise, Genho mutters something under his breath, his face pensive.
気をつけな。
Be careful now. Hmm?
あくまで風の噂だがな。時房が色目を使っているのはあんたらにだけじゃないみたいだぜ。
Rumors on the wind. That's all. Just remember that you're not the only ones that Tokafusa has been flattering. You hear? Okay, before we go too much more, I'm going to take a little bit of a break. So I will be back in a few minutes. Okay, I'm back. Our destination is within sight. This background reminds me of during the Tusker invasion, the fortress of the Tuskers. After making our way through the dense forest, we follow the road to the plains. Ogi points forward.
あれが時房殿の居城です。
That would be Lord Tokifuso's castle. From here, we can see it easily. A vast fortress on a hill, overlooking the castle town.
そうか。
I see. Her eyes on the castle. Norsi stutters a reply. A small smile appears on Ogi's face.
さすがの姉上も緊張しますか？
Even my magnificent sister knows the feeling of nervousness. I.
仕方なかろう。長の明かしたる金印、是が非でも譲ってもらわねばならんのだ。
There's nothing for it. The golden seal is a symbol of the chieftain's power. I must get it from him by any means.
正常の皆の期待に応えるためにも、私は
I have to live up to my lieges, to everyone's expectations. Lucy's muttered gravely, almost to herself.
ノスリらしくないかな。そんなに緊張するなんて。
This really isn't like you to be so rattled, Norsi. Indeed, I cannot recall ever seeing you succumb to pressure.
私とて緊張くらいする。
Well, even I can get nervous.
だとしても、威風堂々として笑い飛ばすのがいつものノスリだと思うな。
Even so, I expect you to laugh it off with dignity and style, like usual.
しかしだな。金印を譲り受けら
She's
れる
getting
と
cold feet.
何もかも違ってくる。お家再興や家督だけじゃなく、これからの戦いとか考えると。
But the golden seal, it could change everything. Not just for my family's name or the state, but even the battles ahead.
正常にああ言ってもらえた手前、無様な結果を晒すわけにはいかんだろう。
My liege has already vouched for me. I can't foul this up. Can't fail her now. Looks like all that happens has managed to mature even Norsi. She understands how much is riding on this. Everything it'll mean. But even though we're here to support her, she's the one who's going to have to carry this. If she's this nervous, it could go bad. You need not look so worried. I have already devised our next step.
なぬ？
What? If we must, there is a means to assure Norsi is recognized as a chieftain, even without the golden seal.
なんと。
What? From the start, our reason for coming here was to see Lord Tokufusa. The golden seal is a secondary objective. Should the worst comes to pass, and we do not attain the golden seal, it will only be a momentary setback.
それならそうとなぜ先に言わない？無駄に焦ってしまったではないか。
Well, why didn't you say so before? Here, I've been tearing my hair out over nothing. A backup plan is simply that. A backup. It would make our task far easier if we did have the golden seal, after all. Naturally, if we can acquire it, we should make every effort to do so. My intent is not for you to stop taking this seriously. I only wish to assure you that you need not to be so troubled. Leave in me, and we will confront this negotiation side by side.
そうか。皆の期待に応えねばと緊張するあまり、少し弱気になっていたようだ。私としたことが情けない。
I see. The burden of everyone's expectations was weighing on me, and I nearly flattered in my task. I am ashamed of myself.
しかし、私なりに精一杯やってみるつもりだぞ。
But rest assured, I will do everything in my power here. Ah, I am looking forward to it.
うむ
Hmm. She still seems a little nervous, but I can tell just from her face that her resolve is renewed. I let out a small breath of relief. No, but seriously, I'm counting on you. There is no plan B. It's just an empty promise to help Norsey calm down. I don't have any other grand schemes already. Colin slides up to me as we continue onward, murmuring in my ears only.
さすがオシトルかな。
I should have known, Oster. Hmm?
金印を使わなくてもオサと認めさせる方法をすぐに思いつくなんて。
Thinking up some ways she can become the chieftain without the golden seal, and so quickly too.
私もいろいろと考えてはみたけど、正直お手上げ状態だったもの。
I tried to thinking up other options we have, but I'd already given up.
ええ、さすがです。
Indeed, expected.
僕もいろいろと考えてみたんですが、なかなか難しくて。
I myself have complemented many possible courses, but I was making no progress. Ogi, standing on my opposite side, offers his own whispered comment. I nod, poker-faced. Naturally, one must be prepared for anything on the battlefield, and the matter of the golden seal was Lord Genho's idea in the first place. I had merely thought of something else.
そういえばそうですね。ところで、一体どのような策を？
True enough, out of curiosity, what sort of plan do we have? Well, that is, it would be better if Norsey keeps her mind focused on this task, no? If everyone around her does not take this seriously, she may lose her focus. That would not serve us well. You see?
なるほど。それもそうですね。
I see. A fine enough observation.
うん。気を引き締めないとね。
It's true, we all need to stay focused. Logan and Cone both chime in as if they've satisfied and break off from me. Holy crap! Don't do that, you guys. I'm trying not to freak out here. As they ease up, a suitable sigh of relief. I can't just tell them I'm winging it. If anything, maybe the empty reassurance was itself my backup plan.
よし行くぞ。まあやれるだけのことはやっておこう。
Sorry, it's your winging it that makes everything possible. Whenever you plan too much at fire, you usually get caught out. Alright, let's go. We'll do what we can. Norsey, remember, we may have a backup plan, but it is still vitally important to claim the golden seal.
わかっている。大船に乗ったつもりで任せておけ。
I know, relax, and just leave it to me.
何事があろうとも、威風堂々。それがいい女というものだ。
I can stay dignified in any situation. After all, that is what a good woman does. I'm still a little uneasy, but I guess I can agree that you're a good woman.
よく来てくださった、オシトル殿。久しぶりですな。
It is good of you to come, Lord Oster. It has been far too long. As we arrive at the castle, we see Tokufusa has come out to welcome us himself, standing at the castle gates. Yes, it has been quite a while. I am glad to see you have not changed.
おかげさまで、最後にお会いしたのは正常の御前でしたな。いや、しかし、お元気そうで何より。
Haha. Yes, quite fortunately. We last met at our liege's court, I believe. But still, I am glad to see that you are well.
ところで、オシトル殿は後ろのお三方とだけで参られたのかな？
Incidentally, Lord Oster, have you only come with the three currently in your company? He glances over our party, head tilted in polite puzzlement. I did not want to trouble you by coming with a vast number for you to accommodate.
そのような気を使っていただく必要はなかったのですが。
You really needn't have been so thoughtful. By his words, I know a clear note of disappointment enter his demeanor. So I was right, he was hoping the princess would show up as well. This time, the only ones that accompany me are these three, Norsey, Ogi, and Kon. Others are waiting at the border, along with Anju. Anju whined the entire time that she wanted to go with us, but I had her stay behind. All the 8 pillar generals should be aware that the real princess is on our side. And given that we still don't know if Tokafusa is our ally or enemy, the smart thing to do is to keep the princess out of reach. With a nonchalant look, I reply, Our liege will gladly have an audience with you once we have established our alliance.
ああ、いや、それは当然でしょうな。同盟を結ぶまでは警戒するに越したことはありません。
Ah, well, naturally, certainly. I can understand wanting to be cautious until the details have been set. Tokafusa hurries over his words, seeming somewhat flustered. Well, well, Lord Tokafusa, I wonder what that expression implies.
いつまでもここで立ち話というわけにもいきますまい。さあさあ、中に。
Ah, but there is no reason for us to remain talking out here in the wind. Please, come inside. Then pardon us. Following Tokafusa guidance, we step inside the castle. That is...
奥義、気づいたか？
Augie, have you noticed? Mercy whispers to her brother as we continue on.
ええ、妙に物々しいですね。
Indeed, they are quite heavily guarded.
ああ、まるでこれから出陣するみたいだ。
Hmm. Ah, yes, that wasn't what she was talking about. It's as if they were about to go to war. I glance around the castle exterior. There is a good amount of soldiers gathering in some kind of training area. Heavily guarded indeed. It's not just the sheer numbers. Everyone's armored. They look ready for the battlefield. But in contrast, that man...
ねえ、オシトル。気づいてる？
Hey, Oster, you noticed, right? As Coney approaches, I quickly avert my eyes, trying to stay inconspicuous. So it did not escape your notice, Cone. Tokafusa's loincloth was sticking out of his clothes, pretty clearly too. When I noticed, it was all I could do not to burst out laughing. It had to have been some trap to throw us off guard. This guy's devious. It's almost scary.
さすがはオシトルだね。あちこちから視線を感じる。
As perceptive...
見られてるとかじゃない。
I don't think we're talking about the same stuff. As perceptive as ever, Oster. I can feel some kind of gaze on us, but it doesn't just feel like we're being watched.
これは値踏みされてる？
We're being elevated. I believe so. They may be just as worried that we will betray them, after all. It is best we prepare for anything that may happen.
そうだよね。
Yes, you're probably right. However, his dismay at the prince's absence and the castle being heavily guarded, something doesn't feel right. For some reason, I recall Genho's words as we were leaving his house. Right, Genho did say,
オシトル殿、さあ、こちらへ。
Lord Oster, please, this way.
どうぞ、お座りください。
Please, have a seat. From there, we are led into a reception room. Given the importance of the meeting, Tokafusa and a small number of his personal guards are the only other ones here. First, let's see if we can gain anything from leading questions. Lord Tokafusa, I can't help but notice that your forces seem prepared for war.
ああ、あれですか。実は少々厄介事を抱えておりましてな。
Ah, that. Actually, we have been having a bit of a trouble.
厄介事ですか？
Trouble? As if he expected our question, Tokafusa responds easily, with no hesitation.
実は貴殿らと同盟を結ぼうとしているのを朝廷に感づかれましてな。邪魔が入らぬよう国境に兵を配しているところなのです。
In truth, the Imperial Court has discovered that we have been aiming to form an alliance with you. Soldiers have been deployed to ensure privacy. Is the situation is this situation not a crisis?
いえいえ、ただの牽制でして。すでにこちらの心が決まっていれば、どうということもありませんよ。
So far, all we have are empty threats, really. I think our course is already set. You needn't worry about trivial matters like that. Tokufusa smiles broadly, apparently confident in his response. Certainly, that makes sense. And how do you suppose they have discovered your intent?
ライコ。
Raiko. I see. That name alone is enough to tell me the heavy guard is well justified. Still, some doubts remain. Pardon me, but it seems you go to great lengths in order to aid us. I would know why.
それは当然。貴殿のお守りしている王女殿下こそが本物であると信じているからですよ。
Naturally, I believe that the royal in your care is the legitimate heir, the real princess.
ならば、その御旗のもとに集うのは、大和の武将として当然のこと。
Surely it would be only natural for a true general of Yamato to rally to her side. Perfect answer. If it was at the beginning. But a little too perfect. Straightening, I press on in my questioning. Now that we are here, speaking face to face, I would know your true feelings.
本音ですか?
My true feelings? Correct. There is little sense in hiding at this point. Do you not seek some benefits from our alliance?
まさか、オシュトル殿は私が私利私欲で動こうとしているとお考えか?
Surely, Lord Oster, do you apply that act only with thought to my own gain? Until this point, you had avoided taking a side and remained neutral. One can only conclude that you have a reason for now taking action. No, the neutrality was only a front. He stood by and watched while Imperial forces marched on Inuyakamu on several occasions. Even if he hasn't done anything to directly oppose us, his inaction always worked in the favor of the Imperial army.
それは
That is, to push so forcefully for alliance, even while under suspicion from Raiko, it defies all your previous actions. There must be some reason you are willing to take such a risk, correct? A devious grin spreads across Tukafusa's face, quite unlike his passive look from before.
これは恐れ入りました。さすがはオシュトル殿。王女殿下の信任が厚いのもうなずけますな。
Ah, I apologize. Expected. Lord Oster, I can certainly see how you have won such trust from Her Highness. Spare me your flattery. My question remains, Lord Tukafusa. I would know your true feelings. At this point, it would not surprise me to know that you had been moving in pure self-interest. Certainly, I could not blame you.
もちろん打算もありますが、玄宝殿のことはご存知ですか?
Of course, I did have my own goals in mind. Do you know of Lord Genho?
私の父だ。
You should be quiet. He is my father. At the mention of her father's name, Norsi nods despite her surprise. Noting her, Tokufusa responds with a nod in kind, satisfied.
やはりノスリ殿でしたか。では、そちらの方も。
As I thought. So it is you, Lady Norsi. Which means you must be...
ええ。弟の奥義です。
Indeed, I am Ogi, her brother.
ああ、やはり。お二人とも若き日の玄宝殿の面影が。
Ah, as I thought, yes. The both of you are the very image of Lord Genho in his younger days. Is this strictly relevant to the alliance?
直接の関係はありません。ただ、近頃考えるのですよ。
Not directly related, no. Just it has been on my mind recently.
私のやったことは取り返しのつかないことだったのではと。
I cannot help but wonder if what I did that day was a grave, unforgivable mistake. Small breaths escape Norsey. Tone breaks her silence as she murmurs, clearly suspicious.
なんだか予想と違う展開かな。
This feels oddly different than expected. For the time being, please go on. Hosa hangs his head, now avoiding your gaze. He seems overcome with gloom as he speaks.
10年ほど前、私は玄宝殿を追放してしまったのです。
About 10 years ago, I exiled Lord Genho.
当時の玄宝殿は我ら士族の誉れそのものでした。誰もがその背中を追い、一族は一丸となっていた。
Back then, Lord Genho was the pride of our clan. We all gladly stood with him. Under his influence, we were united. Then why?
帝への献上品である遺物を破損させてしまったのですよ。
He damaged a relic meant as an offering to the Mikado. A relic?
それが父上の責任だったと。
You mean to say it was my father's fault?
強いて誰のせいというものではなかったとは思います。しかし、その場を仕切っていたのは玄宝殿でした。
I do not think it was a matter of determining who was at fault, but Lord Genho was responsible for the place where it was kept.
その話を聞き、帝は大層お怒りになり、
And after hearing this, the Mikado became extremely angry,
父を追放したというわけですか。
and thus our father was exiled.
はい。我々士族にとっても苦肉の決断でした。
Yes, it was not an easy decision, but it had to be done for the good of the clan. Tokufusa's expression grows distant as he talks, lost in reminiscence.
この10年、己の才を信じてできる限りのことはしてきました。
For these 10 years, I simply trusted in my own ability and did what I could.
しかしそれでも、私に従う士族は少数。この国を治めているというのも形ばかりのことなのです。
Even so, few members of the clan are truly loyal to me. I rule over this country as a figurehead, and not much besides.
実のところ、来光は以前から我が国の中立に不満を持っていたようです。
In truth,
当てこすりを受けてきました。
Raiko has never approved of our country remaining neutral. He has made his dissatisfaction clear time and time again. And this is why you have finally taken action?
正直、我が国だけでは大和からの軍勢に抗する術はありません。
Let me speak plainly. Our country does not have the means to oppose Yamato's forces alone.
今思い返せば、私がこうして玉座に座ることそのものが間違いだったとすら思います。
Reflecting on it now, perhaps I was never meant to be the one on this throne.
つまりこれを機に玄宝殿と和解したいということ？
You mean to say you want to Yes. Recollence with Lord Genho?
お恥ずかしながら、
As embarrassing as it is, Tokufusa nods, his expression sober, then looks directly at Norsey.
ノスリ殿、
Lady Norsey?
何か
What is it?
虫の良い話とは思う。だが、もし叶うのなら、あなたに士族のまとめ役になってもらいたい。
This may sound a selfish request, but if it can be done, I would like you to be the great unifier of our clan.
私が
Me?
未だ信奉厚い玄宝殿の長子が立つとなれば、今まで日和見をしていた士族の者も後に続きましょう。
If the eldest daughter of the esteemed Lord Genho were to call for aid, I'm sure the yet undecided warriors of the clan would join us. Once again beaten to the subject, Norsey seems to be at a loss.
なあ、それはもちろん構わないが。
Well, I would not mind accepting such a duty.
おお、ではやっていただけますか。
Ah, then you accept? Her response elicits a grateful smile from Tokafusa. However, her expression soon turns grave once more.
しかし、士族に号令をかけるとなると、家督を継がねばならぬはず。ノスリ殿はすでに継がれたのですかな。
Yeah, if you are to unite the clan, you would have to succeed your father as the head of the family. Lady Norsey, have you inherited his title?
いや、それはまだ。
No, not yet.
ならば、玄宝殿に会い、名を継がねばなりますまい。
Then you must meet with Lord Genho and formally inherit the family name.
父上のことなら、私たちに任せてもらいたい。
You just blurt stuff out that you should not blurt.
寄っているからな。
You may leave my father to us. We have already been to visit him before we arrived at your castle.
では、そちらの方は問題ないということ
Then I
ですか。
presume this will not be a problem?
だが、父上はあれで頑固だからな。説得するとなると、もう少し何か欲しい。
But our father, he is quite stubborn, and there is something I require in order to convince him.
と言いますと
Meaning?
例えばほら、時房殿は正たる証となるものをお持ちだろう。ピカ
As
ピカ光る
as an example, Lord Tokafusa, you have something that symbolizes your rank, don't you? Something important, and it's shiny.
はもしかして、これのことでございますかね。
Do you mean this? Tokafusa removes a golden seal from within his cloak. Dorsey's expression brightens instantly.
それだ。
Yes, that's it. Dorsey, let's try some suitability, shall we? Unfortunately, it would be bad time for me to butt in to the conversation. I stay silent, looking to Ogi for help. He gives me the slightest nod.
では、時房殿の金印をお貸しいただけないでしょうか。姉上が手ずから見せれば、復縁の証として父上も納得するかと。
If Lord Tokafusa might lend us his golden seal, it would be fine proof of reconciliation with our father, and proof of my sister's worthiness.
ああ、いや、これはですな、国境に兵を送るのに必要でして。
Well, unfortunately, I need this in order to command my troops, and to send them to the country's borders. Tokafusa scrambles to get his words out, sounding oddly frantic. He's definitely caught off guard by Norsey's request. He looks to me anxiously, as if to ask for help. For Tokafusa, that might as well be his only proof of legitimacy. He's not going to give it up that easily. Norsey, I believe that is enough.
いや、しかし。
But still. Norsey?
む。
Of course. Even Norsey seems to understand we're not going to make any progress this way. Reluctantly, she backs down. Tokafusa manages to regain his composure. A calm smile returned to his face.
ともあれ、皆長旅でお疲れでしょう。今日のところはこの城に滞在されるといい。
In any case, you must be tired from your travels. I would be honored if you would stay at the castle for today. I appreciate your hospitality. We will gladly accept your kindness.
では、部屋にご案内いたしますので、しばしお待ちください。
I'm getting the feeling he's gonna make it so seem like the gold seal was stolen by her. Then I will arrange for you to be guided to your rooms. Please wait a moment. It just feels like that's going to happen. In the evening, a banquet is held to welcome Oster and his routine to the castle. We meet in the parlor of the castle, greeted with tables full of most luxurious delicacies imaginable, fit for only the noblest of guests. Well, this is...
私たちは随分と歓迎されているようだな。
We couldn't ask a better welcome than this. Mercy nods in satisfaction, delighted by the spread before us.
いやいや、大したものを用意できず、申し訳ありません。近頃、雑務が増える一方でして。
Hardly. Rather, I should apologize for not preparing something more grandiose. We've just been so occupied with the logistics. Tokufusa emerges into the hall, flanked by a number of soldiers. But this is quite a lot of food, more than would be necessary for a group of our size.
そう普通に行けると思うんだけど。
Really? It looks fairly normal to me.
いやいや、同盟の前祝いでしてな。これくらい盛大な方がいいでしょう。ささ、お座りください。
Nonsense, nonsense. I could provide nothing less to celebrate our alliance. Does the occasion not deserve some delicacy? Please sit. Those encouraged, each of us sit down. Tokufusa nods, please, and raises his cup.
では皆様、ご一献。
Now, I think a toast is in order. With that, the waiter at each side fill our cups with fine-looking drink.
では
Then, as we all raise a cup, Koen makes a small noise as if she notices something.
あら
Oh? What is the matter?
なんでも。それより、
Oh, nothing. Anyhow, fixing me with a meaningful gaze, she takes one of the nearby bottles and tops off everyone's drink.
おや、給仕でしたら城の者が。
Ah, if you wanted more, you could simply have asked the staff.
良いお酒はもっといっぱい注いだ方がいいかな。
Well, with a drink as fine as this, I suppose I am simply eager to have as much as possible. She sounds sheepish and casual, but her hands work fast, dropping something into her cups. Was that?
はい、どうぞ。
Here you go.
ああ、助かります。
Drugged. He had drugged the wine. Ah, thank you. Ogi raises his own cup, smiling beautifully. Owen turns to me, lowering her voice.
ちゃんと飲んでね。
Make sure to drink it, okay? Yes, I understand. It's Cone. She probably has a plan.
もうよろしいですかな。では、我々の同盟を祝って。
Alrighty. Then, a toast to our alliance. With Tokufusa urging us on, we all drink deeply from our cups. But as we drink, I can see out of the corner of my eye Tokufusa hiding a smile. His expression removes all doubt. With that, I bite down on the pill. Cone has slipped into my drink. And almost instantly, a credible bitterness spreads across over my tongue. This is... Somehow, I manage to get the alcohol down without making a face. Ogi smiles as unchanged, but Norse's expression twists as she drinks. Even when everyone has finally drained their cups, Tokufusa leans forward, smiling knowingly.
いかがですかな、お味の方は。
How is it? The taste, I mean. Honestly, I could barely taste any of the drink thanks to the bitter pill, but I can't blow or cover. Well, yes, well, this is not bad. I'm not sure how he took my vague response, but after a moment, Tokufusa smiles only broadens.
よろしければもう一本。
Another drink, perhaps? Tokufusa calls up the soldiers he brought, ensuring they have drinks poured for them as well. Is that the same drink? I glance at Cone nonchalantly, but she seems to be smiling. Let's trust Cone on this one. Seems like everyone on the same page. We lift our cups to our lips without a word. On the other side, Cone appears to have snuggled up to Tokufusa, hanging onto his arm and raising one of the bottles for him.
さあ、時房様もどうぞ一献。
Here, Lord Tokufusa, have a drink.
いや、私にはその政務が。
No, not for me. I still have governmental affairs to see to.
こんなめでたい席なのに、固いこと言っちゃダメかな。
Please, this is a celebration. You mustn't think only of business.
しかしですな。
But you see,
やっぱり、私みたいな綺麗じゃない女の子に、お酌をしてほしくないんだ。
oh, I see. Perhaps I am not as beautiful a girl as the ones who normally offer to pour you drinks. But sniffle.
いや、そんなことはありませんぞ。あなたほどの美人はこの国に、いや、大和中にもそうそうおりますまい。
No, it's nothing like that. Few in our land could compare to your beauty. Few in all Yamato.
それなら、
In that case,
いや、しかしですな。
no, but you see.
やっぱり、お世辞なんだ。
Oh, so it's just flattery, after all.
そうではなくて、
Not in the slightest, really. I've never seen more obvious crocodile tears. Still, even though it's obvious her trying to manipulate him, he's got no defense against a woman's tears. Some of the tension leaves Tokufu's face, and finally he extends his arm, cup in hand.
では、とりあえず一個。
Then perhaps I will have a drink. He eagerly pours his cup full, as if she's been waiting for her chance. That is... Now that I look at it, I recognize the bottle in her hand. It's the one that was used to pour out our own drinks. And sitting in its original place, I see another bottle on the table near us. She must have swapped them somehow.
おっとっと。
Ah, that should be...
ああ、こぼれちゃった。
Oh no! I spilled it all over, my lord. She only spilled it over her own chest. Somehow, a deliberate move on her part. With Tokufusa ogling her like that, he's not paying any attention to what she's doing with her hands.
まあ、お強いんですね。
Wow, you can really handle your drink, my lord.
なんの、これでも若い頃は酒豪と歌われておりましてな。
Haha, this is nothing. In my younger days, all in the land knew of my iron constitution. Tokufusa's no match for Kone's charms. He gulps down his drink happily. Judging by his expression, he's completely let down his guard. And every drink Kone pours, he downs, and soon enough... Is something the matter?
ちと飲みすぎましたかな。少しまぶたが重いような。
Perhaps I've drank a bit too much. My eyelids feel so curiously heavy. Something's happened. With all that alcohol in him, Tokufusa's beginning to gently rock back and forth in his seat. Lord Tokufusa? Is something amiss?
いや、なんでもありまへんぞ。
No, it's nothing at all. His face isn't even red, but he's starting to slur his words, which means...
では、もう一個。
Then, another one. What is the matter?
いや、かたじけない。
Nothing. Thankful. For a moment, his face looks ponderous, but he smiles as if to mend his hesitation and drinks deeply. And at last, with a slow and inexorable tip, Tokufusa falls off his chair. It's clear nobody was expecting this. The soldiers behind him panic. What? You, what have you... Realizing what happened, the soldiers go for their blades, but...
失礼しますよ。
Pardon me.
ごめんね。
Apologies. With no time for them to counter, Kone darts from her place and Ogi appears with no warning. The two swiftly knock out the soldiers. So he puts something to drink then. Sigh, looking down at the unconscious Tokufusa.
私たちに出されたお酒に眠り薬が入っていたの。
Our bottle, it seems, was laced with a sleeping draught of some kind.
それでお酒に着付け薬を落としておいたのだけれども。
That's why I dropped a stimulant into your drinks.
なるほど。あの苦い薬を飲まされたのはそういうわけか。
I see, so that's why we had to take the bitter medicine. It's clear the situation was planned from the start, which means he had only one goal.
狙いは姫殿下とオシトルさんですね。
They were after Her Highness and Oster.
何？それは一体どういうことだ？
Well, what? What do you mean? It's simple. If either of us were missing, Inuyaka would lose its very will to raise its banner. And if that came to pass, any further resistance would be fruitless. Saying this, I look over to Kone. Kone's quick thinking has saved us. In that situation, even if there was a sleeping draught mixed in, we wouldn't have been able to get away without drinking.
どちらにしても助かりました。しかし、自分の仕掛けた罠にはまるとは、なんとも間の抜けた話ですね。
Regardless of how, we have indeed been saved. I must say, though, to fall into his own trap seems a laughable anticlimax to his story. After confirming that the fallen Tokufusa is indeed unconscious, Ogi rises with a surge.
いっそこの場で息の根を止めておきましょうか。
You know, we could always put an end to him here and now. No, if you kill Tokufusa here, I fear it will be easily framed as a political assassination. If that happens, they will have another angle from which to attack our legitimacy.
では仕方がありませんね。当初の目的通り金印だけいただいておきましょう。
A reasonable objection, I suppose. We shall content ourselves with our original goal, acquiring the golden seal. With that, Ogi pats down Tokufusa's chest with no apparent hesitation, and produces the seal.
どうやら本物のようですね。
A genuine article, it seems.
宴席にまで金印を持ち歩くとか、逆に不用心じゃないのか？
Bringing the golden seal to a banquet, that seems a bit careless, don't you think?
きっと心配性なのか、他人を信用していないのでしょう。大事なものは常に自分の手元にないと不安になる人のようですし。
It may be that he worries overmuch or has trouble trusting others. There are those who feel uneasy unless their greatest treasure is always with them.
信じることをやめたら、誰もついてこないと思うが。
If you abandon your trust in others, then no one would ever trust you in turn.
だからこその金印なのでしょう。信じていなくとも強引に従わせるための。
And those he relies on the golden seal. Even if he does not trust them, he may rest assured that they will follow his command.
さて、あとはここから逃げ出さないとね。
We should
デー
get
トは厳重だったみたいだけれども。
out of here. It'd be hard to get past security though. We look around the hall. Whether to lower our guards or from overconfidence in the trap, there are no other soldiers in the area. But once we exit the hall, the rest of the guard will likely be on high alert. Our goal is to escape the castle, reach the border, and meet up with our allies. But if they rely on their numbers and send a pursuing, we may not be able to outrun them to the border. It will be difficult to escape without being noticed.
なら気づかれた上で逃げればいいだけのことでは。
Then perhaps we should ensure we are noticed. Ogi?
僕に一計があるのですが。
An idea has struck me. Set the place on fire? Should be nearly time. We hide at the side of the castle, near the stables, and wait our chance to escape. It hasn't been that long since we left Tokufusa tied up, but we don't have the leisure of waiting here too long. And right now the castle is in a state of panic. If we're going to exploit that, we have to do it now. Cone, how is it?
なんとかいけそうかな。
We'll be okay, I think.
では、
And with Cone's approval, Dorsey signals to the stables. I hear some odd grunts, and soon Ogi approaches with enough whoppers to carry
こ
us.
んなものでしょうか。
This should serve. Good enough. We move. The group mounts up on the whoppers Ogi found, and at the same time, Cone hurls a flash grenade into the stables. With the ear-splitting crack and a sudden light, terrifying shrieks and squawks ring out. The whoppers in the stable scatter, stampeding. Now, we have to make our escape. Follow me. I take the lead with a shout, riding my whopper forward. Cutting through the commotion, we make a break for it, charging out the gates. We have some pursuit, I'm sure, but we left a lot of chaos behind us. That should buy us some time. Now it's up to Lord Genho, if he picked up on our tent. We run the whoppers straight to the border. A while after, we start hearing our pursuers catching up. Dawn stains the sky in red. It seems like the chaos in the castle delayed the pursuit, but they eventually managed to figure out the direction we were heading. In the distance, we can hear the shrieks of the whoppers and the shouts of the soldiers. The gap between us is slowly closing.
どうするオシトル。このままでは振り切れそうにないぞ。
What now, Oster? We can't shake them.
いっそ馬を捨てて森に入る。そうすれば多少は楽になるけど。
We could abandon the whoppers and scatter into the forest. That might give us a better chance. No, we keep going.
しかしこのままでは。
But if this persists... Ogi keeps his hand pressed to the whopper, his face in a tight winch. We've been running for a while. Our mounts are losing speed. Just a bit more. If we can at least make it over that hill. With the pressure of pursuers glowing, we keep running. The whopper's footsteps thudding on the forest road. Back! A startled cry escapes Norsey. An arrow flies past her back, missing her by a hair. Dust flies behind us. The soldiers behind us are seconds away. The leading soldier's sword glints in the morning light as he raises it high. 4 lengths from us, then 3, then 2. The arrow bolts out of nearby trees, wishing past us and with a rush of wind, and thuds into the lead soldier, taking him off his mount. They're here. A barrage of arrows rain down on our pursuers, and their furious pace slows as we surge ahead. Brother! Just ahead we see Anji and others, ready and waiting in battle formation. Apparently haven't heard the uproar of our approach. Turn around. This chase ends here. And as I leap from my whopper, I draw my fan. Following my example, Conan and others descend from their mounts, battle ready. Let's go! My order resounds throughout the area, with all of my power behind it. With a rush of metal, allies and enemies draw their weapons as one. Those sly bastards, all they had to do was drink. Tokufusa spits his curses with fury and bitterness as quite unlike his public demeanor, his true nature exposed. Damn it. Damn it, how lucky can they get? Where did those reinforcements come from? They adapt faster than I thought. Commanding from the back of the pursuing unit, Tokufusa cannot contain his rage at the sudden appearance of more foes. Not expecting such numbers, and having set out after them with no time to prepare, his forces did not prepare to resist this ambush. And at the sight of one of the 8 pillar generals among the number, many soldiers are ready to turn and run. Lord, Tokufusa, pursuing them further would be suicide. Damn it, retreat for now. As Tokufusa orders for retreat, he also turns, bolting away immediately. This isn't over. Make no mistake, Aster. I'll prepare once again, and I'll corner you soon enough. And finally, Tokufusa's forces retreat. I bet you this whole plan was to bring him out, and Gunho would move into the castle with his clan. Looks like we got through a crisis. Yet the danger remains. Tokufusa has not given up yet. No, this is all within expectations. It is not the most favorable outcome, but an acceptable one. Hiru, thank you for your swift outcome. Welcome. I had placed watchmen to keep an eye on the castle. Even so, it's a good thing that this happened at night. If it had happened during the day, they might not have seen the chaos. But as it is now, even from far away, we could confirm the flashing light and sounds of explosion. If we could have, we would have crossed the border and sent soldiers to aid you. There was no helping it. And if our soldiers had crossed the border without provocation, it would have been framed as an invasion. Still, Tokufusa got everyone out as soon as he saw he was at a disadvantage. He might at least have some tactical ability as a general. Let us put aside the theatricals for now and address the victory at hand. The golden seal is now ours. Indeed, we've no reason to stay here long. Let us return to the village and plan our next move. I don't think that's a true golden seal. Just feels like. Huh? You really brought it. We and our guards find our way back to the hidden village and present the golden seal to Ginho.
大胆なことをする。
Oh, so it didn't go like I thought. Pretty bold move you pulled off. Not exactly how we initially planned, but
結果が良ければ上々です。これで姉上が家督を継ぐ条件は揃いました。
all's well that ends well. Now we have everything required for my dear sister to succeed as the head of the family.
仕方がねえな。
Tick. Well, I'm not going to back on my word. Everyone beams, taking his doleful tongue, clicking at his acceptance.
しかし、同盟を餌に獲物を釣り上げる腹積もりだったか。まあ、時房のやつが考えそうな手だな。
Still, his aim was to bait the hook with a alliance and see what he could fish up. Bah, that's Tokufusa through and through.
まんまとはめられてしまいました。
He certainly had us taken in.
何年経っても少年の方はまるで変わってないらしい。
Even after all this time, the damn fool hasn't changed a bit.
もしかして父上が追放された時も。
Perhaps something similar occurred in the case of your exile father?
さてな、今となってはどうでもいいことだ。
He was probably Tokufusa's the one that probably broke it, and he had to take the blame because he's the leader. Maybe. Doesn't matter a whit anymore. Yikes! Now looking bad temper, lobs the seal into Norse's direction.
まあ、あいつのことだから自分の都合のいいように話したんだろう。俺がしくじって責任取らされたってな。
I'm guessing that weasel probably made it sound like he was a good guy, huh? That the blunder was my fault and I deserved it?
違うのですか？
That isn't what happened?
まあ、大筋じゃ間違ってねえけどな。要はまんまと罠にかかっちまったのさ。
Bah. Well, strictly speaking, it's not totally wrong. The point is that I fell into his trap.
罠って、父上、それは。
Trap? Father, what do you mean?
あの任務はこれといって問題の起こるようなもんじゃなかった。要はただの雑務だな。
The mission
す
wasn't
ぐに
any.
終わると思ってたよ。
The mission wasn't anything special, just routine guard stuff. I figured we wouldn't have much to do.
けど、その日に限って妙に事故が続いてな。落石、出火、果ては族まで湧いた。
But wouldn't you know it, there was a lot of accidents that day. Fallen rocks, sudden fires, and even a full-on bandit raids.
それでもなんとか荷を城まで持ち帰って、一晩休んで、さて、これから帝都だってとこで。
And even through all that, we got our cargo back to the castle, and just as we were taking a night to rest before going to the imperial capital,
時房が大事な遺物が壊れてるって言い出したのさ。
Tugafus burst in with news that important relics been broken.
確かにあの道中ならどこかで壊れていても不思議はなかったがな。
On a road like that, well, sure, I could probably see it breaking along the way.
そういえば時房も言ってましたね。原因は不明だったと。
As it happens, Tokufu's account was quite similar. He said the cause remained unknown.
いや、そいつはありえねえ。なぜなら、俺が運んでいた荷は偽物だったからだ。毎日のことを考えて別のやつに運ばせていた。
Nah, impossible. See, the cargo I've been carrying was a fake. I was worried about something weird going on. I had someone else carry the real one.
城に持ち込んだ時には傷がなかったのも俺自身が確認している。
And when I got it to the castle, I saw for myself. It was fine. No cracks, no damage. So the offering was broken after it had been carried into the castle?
あの男、そこまで卑劣な真似を。
That fiend. How could he stoop to such cowardly schemes?
なぜそれを帝に言わなかったのですか？その事実を主張していれば金を貶めることも。
If I may, why did you not report this in full to Mikado? Had you made the truth known, our family name would not have been tarnished so.
そうかもしれねえな。だが俺は思っちまった。
Could be, I suppose. But I just kept thinking.
この程度のことで終われるような地位なんて何の意味もねえんじゃねえかってな。
If that was really all it took to throw me out of my position, then what did it really mean? Was my title really worth anything in the end? I agree with him there. If just one little mistake caused him to, and it wasn't even a life or death mistake, that is not worth your title.
そんなことは
That isn't.
だがな、ノスリ。この程度の足の引っ張り合いはどこにでもある。それこそ身内の中にすらな。
You gotta understand, Dorsey. This sort of devious backstabbing, this happens everywhere, even within families, too.
どいつもこいつもてめえの利益のために平気で人を騙す。長になるってのは、こういうしがらみや剣謀術数の中に身を置くことだ。
Every last one of them would lie in an instant to get what they want. And if you become chieftain, that's the world you have to live in.
さて、昔話はこれでしまいだ。
Well, that's enough talking about the past.
で、どうする？そいつをいただいちまった以上、向こうもこのまま放っちゃくれんだろう。
So what's your next move? Now that you got that, they're gonna be hunting you down.
とりあえず家督を継いだという書状にその金印を押してばらまけば、遅くとも数日のうちに主だった者たちがここに集まる。
You sent out letters saying you succeeded as head. With that seal pressed in, and it ought to be a matter of days before the clans start showing up.
そうすれば、あっちもおいそれと手が出せなくなるが。
And if you manage that, well, Tokufusa goons won't be able to lay a finger on you. Kano gives his daughter a praising look. Dorsey, however, only stares at the golden seal in silence.
書状の文面なら僕が考えますから。姉上は何も心配することはありませんよ。
You need not worry about the contents of the letter, dear sister. Allow me to handle that, hmm?
いや
No. Dorsey sets the golden seal gently on the floor, her face resolute.
これは正常にお返しする
I will return this to my liege.
姉上
Sister. For the briefest of moments, Ogi sounds genuinely panicked. All eyes are on Dorsey after her declaration. And watching her for a while, Genho's face splits into the crooked grin.
金印を姫殿下にお返しするって、あんなにも欲しがってたじゃないか。どういう風の吹き回しだ？
You're giving that to Her Highness? After all you did to get it. After you talked about how much you want it. What are you trying to pull, kid?
私が欲しいのは金印ではない
The golden seal isn't what I want.
何？じゃあ家督か？それとも
What? Is it being the family head, or...
それも余力というかただの手段だ
That's just an empty title. It's merely a step. Dorsey raises and declares with clear, loud determination.
父上以上の長になりたいのだ
I wish to become a chieftain who suppresses even you, father.
何？
Pardon? Her gaze falls to the golden seal at her feet, and she speaks.
時房父上を陥れたという卑劣か
Tokufusa, the power that took down my father.
あいつがこんなものを五章大事に抱え込んでいるのを見て思ったのだ
Seeing him clinging to this thing so desperately made me think,
こんなものに大した価値などない
this thing is worthless!
こんなものって。あのな、帝から賜った金印だぞ、一応。
This thing, just in case you missed it, kid, that's a golden seal from the Mikado.
帝の金印に価値なしですか。まあ確かに所詮は金でできているというだけの印象に過ぎませんが。
The Mikado's golden seal, worthless? Well, certainly. It is only a badge composed of gold.
そうそうなのだ所詮は印象結局過去の権威にすがって威張っているだけではないか
Yes, that's right. It's just a token. In the end, all you're doing is latching onto some authority from the past and bragging about it.
確かに金印を使えば士族の皆は私に従ってくれるかもしれない
If I had the golden seal, then yes, I could get the clan to follow me.
だがつまりそれは金印の持ち主であれば誰でも構わないということだ
But what does that mean? It doesn't matter who carries the gold seal. They'll follow anyone.
私は父上のように威風堂々とした長が良い金印がなくとも 長だと言ってもらえるような。
I always admired the chieftains like my father. Even if they didn't have the golden seal, they're still the chieftains to us, in our hearts.
しかし俺は途中で引きずり下ろされたの。
But I still got dragged down, kid.
だから父上以上の長になるのだ。私は引きずり下ろされないぞ。そのような企みには負けたりしない。
And that's why I must suppress you as chieftain. I won't get dragged down. I won't let myself lose to such underhanded schemes.
そうした卑劣な輩は許さない。それだけは父上とは違う。だか
And
ら
I
私は父上以上の長になるのだ。
and I won't forgive the cowards who tried it. That is how I am different from you, and that's how I will suppress you.
それでこそ姉上。
True to form, dear sister.
父上
Father? Geno laughs out joyously and slaps his knee, looking at Augie.
オギー、やはりこいつはアホすぎて、お前でもままならんようだな。
Shakes so mighty, Augie, but she's an idiot. She's way beyond your control.
とんでもない。僕ごときが姉上を御するなど。
Why, of course. One such as I could never control my sister. Geno addresses Norcy.
しかし、それこそ長の資質よ。聞くべき意見に耳を傾けるのは当然だが、周りの思惑で揺れるのは釣り竿と浮きだけで十分だ。
But that's the chieftain's heart. You'll lend an ear to the people, of course, but don't be swayed by petty schemes. Leave biting hooks to the fishes.
父上。
Father. Geno looks over to me and bows his head deeply.
オシトル殿、どうやらあんたがこのアホを預かってくれたことには意味があったようだ。
Well, Lord Oster, I guess you had the right idea keeping this idiot around after all.
これからも我が娘、いや、我ら一族の長をどうかよろしく頼む。あんたのそばで学ばせてやってくれ。
I'd like to thank you for supporting my daughter, for supporting the chieftain of our clan. Keep her by your side and teach her. We can only thank you on behalf of our group as well. Norcy has been indispensable. She's one of us. Geno beams, genuine warmth in his expression.
今宵はいい酒が飲めそうだ。
I think we're going to break out the good stuff tonight.
どうしたというので、このざまは。
What's going on? What is this? Tokufuza grinds his teeth, now far from the battlefield, having returned to his castle.
まさかここまで手間取る羽目になろうとは。考えるだけで腹渡が煮えくり返るわ。
I can't believe Oster given me this much trouble. Urgh, the mere thought of it sets my innards aboil.
あの時オシトルの身柄を手にしていれば、
If I had just captured Oster then,
ヤマト勝利の立役者となり、その後の権益も思うがままだったもの。
I could have been the image of Yamato's victory, glory, riches, power. It could have been mine.
あのいけすかぬ来光を拝み倒し、兵を出させたというのに、すべてが水の泡ではないか。
I even humiliated myself begging that odious Raiko for soldiers. And for what? Nothing.
やはりなりふり構わず力ずくで捉えるべきだったか。いやしかし。
I should have just taken him by force after all. No. No. For so long, Tokufusa had relied on the authority of the Golden Seal to command the clan. As the political confusion spread across the land, he realized he could not trust that alone. He would need something of greater influence. And so his sights had been set on the true heir, the princess, the very identity of Oster's war effort. The real princess would have made a fine bargaining chip against Riko, currently the most powerful man in the imperial court. Not only would he have elevated his position within the imperial court, but he would have reasserted his dominance over Uzuraha. And so he could conceive the plan to get the princess into his own hands, a plan that ultimately backfired. In the end, all he did was lose the Golden Seal, the foundation of his rule and his last hope. With a furious sweep of his arms, Tokufusa sends the contents of his desk crashing to the floor.
くそ、いまいましい。今となってはなんといまいましい起因か。
Damn it! How infuriating! That damn golden seal became my curse. Previously, Gunho had used the golden seal for a betterment of the land, never to throw his political weight around. That too had only served to heighten Tokufusa's jealousy.
玄宝め、このままでは済まさんぞ。
Genhoi, you won't get away with this.
奪った金印を使い、士族に固執をかけるのはもはや時間の問題。
It's only a matter of time before they use that seal to call the clans together.
こちらも金印を失った以上、戦で連中を討ち取り、その首を晒さねば士族の者どもも従うまい。
With no golden seal, I'll have to seize control through military means. The clan won't follow me unless I achieve total victory.
手遅れになる前にケリをつけねば。
I got to put an end to this before it's too late.
ティリレライを呼べ。今すぐにだ。
Summon the Tyree now! Tokufusa's screams rang out.
なりふり構ってはいられぬ。来航に援軍を要請する。
I can't afford to worry about appearance now. I have to request reinforcement from Raiko.
もはや一刻の猶予もない。士族が集まりきる前に叩き潰すのだ。
We have no time to lose. We strike them down before the clans gather under them. With Raiko forces on his side, he could even stand against the entire force of the clan. At least that was his intent. But it did not take long for his hopes to be dashed.
兵を出せぬとはどういうことだ。
No more soldiers? What is the meaning of this? Tokufusa's roar resounds through the encampment.
同盟を餌に釣り上げたオシトルを我と貴殿で叩く。そういう策だったはずだ。
Our deal was that I would bait Oster in with the alliance, and you would help me strike him down. That was our deal.
しかも相手はオシトルだけではない。胸近までおるのだぞ。
And it isn't just Oster. Muchika has taken to the field.
あの新参者の小娘があれがいくつ首を上げて発注将になったか知らぬわけではなかろう。
That upstart girl. Do you have any idea how many heads she took to become a pillar general? In the face of Tokifuso's furious outcry, Raiko's answers with clear indifference.
はて、胸近などただ女だからという理由で姫殿下のそば好きとなった青二歳に過ぎぬ。
If I recall your
貴様はそう言わなかったか。
If I recall your own account, Munachika was but a greenhorn, granted the position as a princess caretaker merely due to her gender. Familiar words?
それは
That
それにこちらが兵を出すのはオシトルたちを捕らえ奴らの御旗を奪った場合という約束のはず。
also, I believe the deal was that I would provide you soldiers if you were able to capture Oster and his allies and take their banner.
なのにそのオシトルを捕らえるために我らが攻め入るというのはあまりにも虫が良すぎるだろう。
Yet still, you ask more. No, you demand that we now send more soldiers, all for the sake of capturing Oster. A touch presumptuous, I say.
我らが攻め入って逆にエンナカムイからの援軍に攻撃でもされればこちらも少なくない犠牲を強いられる。
Suppose we invade, and are then pincered by reinforcements from Inuyakamu. We'd be forced to suffer unattainable losses.
貴様の失策に振り回されるこちらの身にもなってもらいたいものだ。正常もさぞや
Remember your
必要されていることだろう。
remember your mistake, and put yourself in my shoes. Our lieges is more disappointed than you.
偽のみこしを担ぐ動機が
Ugh. Damn fraud, taunting a false idol. Even if he is aware of the impostor, such words toward the Mikado would be considered blasphemy. Raiko, however, chooses to ignore the statement.
胸近は一騎当選かもしれぬがそれも想定のうち。アクルカの力を使わぬならオシトルの知略の方がよほど恐ろしい。
Munachika is a force to be reckoned with, true, but a measurable threat. Without her Akarurika, Oster's integrity may be more fearsome.
要は 敵を侮るのは禁物だが、頭数が増えただけならばどうとでもなるということだ。
Ultimately, I advise you to do not underestimate them. But it hardly matters not how many join their ranks. They can still be dealt with.
無論奴らを増長させるつもりはない。エンナカムイにはこちらで手を打っておいた。やむを得ず。
Of course, I have no intention of allowing their numbers to grow. You didn't leave me much choice. But I have taken measures against Inuyakamu.
何？
What?
兵を差し向けたのだ、エンナカムイ。これでかの国からの援軍がそちらに向かうこともあるまい。
I have deployed soldiers to Inuyakamu. With their forces those diverted, it is unlikely they will be able to send reinforcements.
しかしそれだけでは。
But that alone will not.
撃つ手がないか。ならばもう一ついいことを教えてやろう。
You believe that insignificant? Then allow me to share one more piece of good news.
先ほど草どもにオシュトルの兵を追わせて玄宝の隠れ里の位置を調べさせた。
Earlier, I had my agents follow Oster's men, and had them search for the location of the hidden village where Genho resides.
何？玄宝の？
What? Genho?
兵を伏せておいたのは奴らだけではない。
They were not the only ones with hidden soldiers on the field.
今までは里の者が密かに出入りするだけなのでわからなかったのだろう。
Up until now, the only ones passing through were denizens of the village, and they covered their tracks well.
だがこたびは護衛のため多数の兵が出入りすることとなった。
Yet now a great multitude of soldiers have come and gone.
それゆえさほど労せずすぐに露見した。
It was a trivial thing to find the village with them obviously leading the way.
ライコ、まさか聞こう。こちらがオシュトルを取り逃がすことを初めから見越して。
Raiko, you knew. From the start, you knew Oster would slip through my fingers.
それは貴様の考えすぎではないのか。
Haha, aren't you overthinking this?
何事も結果がすべてだ。何も成し得ていないのなら、嘆く前にこれから何をすべきか考えた方がよかろう。
Results are all that matters. If you have not yet accomplished anything, I suggest you stop walling and plan your next move.
玄宝の隠れ里は周囲の地形も険しく、守るに安い、なかなか良い里だ。しかし、
The land surrounding Genho's village's hideout is steep and easy to defend from, a fine tactical point for a village. However,
打って出るにはどうかな。
if you force their hand, a sortie, Tokufusa realizes from Raiko's words.
ヤマトの軍勢がエンナカムイに進軍していると知れば、士族の兵が集まるのを待つわけにも、立てこもっているわけにもいかぬ。
If he should hear that Yamato is marching on Inuyakamu, he will hardly be content sitting on his hands waiting for the clans to arrive.
あとは貴様の仕事だ。奴らが里より這い出たところを強襲でも何でもするがよかろう。
The rest falls to you. Once they emerge from the village, I imagine an offensive opportunity will present itself.
勝てばどんなご託も聞いてやる。勝てばな。
Should you succeed, I would be more than happy to listen to your complaints. Should you succeed. The communication ends with a lingering silence, but Tokufusa already knows this. This is his last chance. If he does not seize the victory against Aster, even if Tokufusa escapes with his life, all would know him as a powerless general, a laughingstock. Without the favor of the clans, if he is deemed unworthy of being chieftain, his collusion would be over instantly. Raiko would annihilate him.
さて、舞台だけはしつらえてやったぞ。
Now, I have set the stage for you,
これが最後だ。
but this is your last chance. Raiko's cold gaze falls to his table's top as he speaks aloud.
古来より 無能な味方の害悪は有能な敵将のそれをしのぐとある。
It is a truth as old as war itself. The incompetence of an ally is far more dangerous than the skill of an enemy.
時房よ、貴様の失態がどれほど朝廷に災いをなすこととなるか。
Tokufusa,
貴様は思いもよらぬだろう。
you have no idea how costly your mistake could be to the imperial court.
せいぜいその命で償うがいい。
If you cannot pay for them otherwise, you will pay for them with your life. Now, how to proceed? Hmm? So, you refuse to use the golden seal to gather plans then. I cannot protest, but if we are not using that, we have no time to lose. Now that Tokufusu has lost the golden seal, he no longer holds its authority, the power to control the clans. He's the pillar general, after all. He must be aware that the more time passes, the more clans will leave him, putting him at a disadvantage in numbers. It won't be long before he takes actions. How will you gather the clans? Do you have a plan in mind? I do. I must settle things with Tokufusa. Well, that's straightforward as usual. Still, that does seem like the swift way to resolving this. Right? Even without the golden seal, once they hear of Tokufusa's failure, there will be those that will want to join our side. And with Tokufusa's authority gone, he can't recruit any more soldiers. Now might be our best chance. It seems like things are finally going away, but still. Is something bothering you? I can't imagine Tokufusa would attempt to capture us without any support. He must have some kind of agreement with the Imperial Court. Agreement? Yes, Tokufusa had quite a bit to say regarding the internal affairs of Uzuraha. I'd say about half of it was false, but half of it was indeed true. It has to be him. Raiko. Mention of his name, and uneasy silence falls.
その地のみでアクルトゥルカに匹敵するとの呼び声高いあのライコーか。
Raiko, said to be a force equal to that of a Utawarerumono, based on intellect alone.
どうやら厄介な相手を引っ張り出しちまったみてえだな。
Sounds like you folks have made a real powerful enemy.
確かに、あの方がこの件に関わっているとなれば、このままで済むとは思えませんね。
If that man is involved, then you can be certain that we have not heard the last of this. Dear brother, it's terrible. What is wrong, Nico? Nico rushes to my side, her face desperate. Out of breath, she announces to the group. The Imperial Court. We have reports that they have dispatched troops advancing on Inuyakamu. What? To Inuyakamu? Why now?
時房がライコーと通じているなら、オシトルさんがエンナカムイにいないことも知られているはず。
If Tokufusa has indeed been in contact with Raiko, they would have easily confirmed that Aster is currently absent from his seat. They're seizing their chance? They want to take down Inuyakamu while we're still gone? It's true, right now Inuyakamu stands without Aster or its rightful liege. They have their natural defense and the might of the fortress, but without us around, morale has to be low already. And our troops still aren't used to battle. They won't be able to adapt fast enough to enemy tactics. With that in mind, it makes sense they'll try to attack now, but is that the end of it? It would take days to reach Inuyakamu, even more with a larger force. They could not hide such an advance. They've lost the element of surprise. It's over enough that we know it was coming, even outside of Inuyakamu. There would be a high risk of being attacked from behind. If soldiers deployed from Inuyakamu, Raiko's forces expose themselves to a possible pincer attack. This is a risk, even for a force of that size. No, Raiko probably not intending on a decisive assault. This feels like a diversion. So what's he really after?
ライコーはオシトルさんをおびき出して対決しようとしているのでしょうか。
Perhaps Raiko intends to lure you out for a direct confrontation?
それならやり過ごした方が。ここは
隠れ里なので部活に動かない方が安全なのです。
Perhaps we should remain where we are. Then, in this hidden village, we would be safer than if we rushed to return home. No, we cannot sit idly while the Imperial Army marches on Inuyakamu. And even if it is a diversion, Inuyakamu will not last long without its leaders.
ですが
But Miko looks up to me with uncertainty. General can't afford to flatter. That would demoralize all under my command. I can't hesitate, not now. How many days until the forces arrive at Inuyakamu?
エンナカムイまでおよそ5日はかかるはずなのです。
Well, to reach Inuyakamu, it would take roughly 5 days. So we have a chance of catching up to the Imperial Army before they reach Inuyakamu, it seems. Whatever their intent is, our best course would be to attack them from behind with our current forces. That the matter with Tukafusa can wait. If we seek to merely slow them down instead of eliminating them outright, it would buy enough time for Inuyakamu to ready their defenses. Let us go. Everyone raises their voice in a fierce cry of agreement.
反撃開始というわけか。腕が鳴るのじゃ。
I just don't get... He even started talking about what the plan could have been, and then it's just like he throws it out of the plan of what the enemy plan might be. The story's a little... They're talking, oh, they're after them. Yes, so if they're going to be after this group, there is another force that will attack you. At last, we counterattack. I have been long awaiting this day.
小生としましては、姫殿下には後方でお待ちいただきたいのです。
Whatever. If I may, I would prefer that your highness wait and remain safe in the back lines.
何を言う。世の留守を狙ってエンナカムイに押し入る族がいるのであろう。
What are you saying? Are these villains not advancing on Inuyakamu in part due to my absence?
それはつまり世を苔にしたということじゃ。無礼者はきっちり懲らしめねばの。
I will not be made a fool. It is my duty to punish their insolence.
ルルティエも大丈夫？
Ruthie, are you alright?
はい、頑張ろうね、ココポ。
Yes, let us do our best, Kokopo.
まあ、みんなで行ってとっとと終わらせようじゃない。
Well, let's get rolling and wrap this whole mess up.
シノナンも行くぞ。
I'm gonna go too.
ちいちゃんは私と一緒だよね。
Shion will come with me, won't she? We all exchanged nods. Our mindset. I turned to Ginho. My apologies once more. There is still much we must accomplish. But we will have to borrow Norsey again for a little while.
いいぜ、ここは俺に任せておきな。
Sure. You leave this place to me. He mostly hopefully they have him figure it out what's really planned. With that, Ginho reaches out a broad hand, fondling, ruffling Norsey's hair.
ノスリ、名と女をあげてこい。
Norsey, go show him what kind of woman you are.
もちろんです。お任せください。我が弓で射落とせぬ者はおりません。
Of course. Leave it to me. With my bow at my side, nobody can stand against me. Zato's spiritual response brings a contented smile to Geno's face.
よし、いい返事だ。
Yeah, that's what I'd like to hear.
オシュトルが動き出したか。
Oster is making his move. Iko nods grimly as he receives a message from one of his soldiers watching the hidden village.
今さら時房を手助けする義理もないが、しばし我が手の中で踊ってもらおうか。
True, I have no obligation to help Tokifusa, but I will be more than happy to watch you dance in my palm for a time. Once we finish hurrying through our preparations for battle, we resolve to set out just before dawn. From our position in the hidden village, we could not make it through the trail at once. We divide our main forces, sending the others forward. Having the duty of dividing up our forces, the commanders naturally depart last. And so, with our group having become the rear guard, the The sun has long since risen by the time we make our way through the woods. We forge ahead quickly to catch up to the rest of our forces. It will still be a while yet before we reconvene with the main force. Do we have any reports on the Imperial Army of movements?
報告では変わらず街道をまっすぐエンナカムイに向かっているそうなのです。
Nothing new. They are heading directly for Inyakumu on the open road. Taking the main road, so they're not concerned about hiding their troops' movements. Everything about this suggests it's merely a diversion. They may simply be waiting for the chance to surround us.
不安
Get nervous? Our opponent is Raiko. Even the most absurd steaming plan is bound to have some deeper function. Not being able to see his true intent, I confess I can't help but worry.
しかし、こっちは今の今まで里に隠れていたんだぞ。
But we've been
それがいきなり後ろに現れれば、あっちも相当驚くんじゃないのか?
And that's the thing. We've been hiding in the village until now. If we appear behind them, surely we have advantage of our surprise. That is possible, but something about Norcy's observation makes me pause. Have I overlooked something? But what? As I work my brain, I notice the twins staring at me.
疲れている。
Tired?
主様、遠征には少々休憩を挟むことも大切かと。
So simple. It's like, Master, it is important to take brief rests on long expeditions.
そうですね。休むのであれば、ここより少し下ったところにちょうど川がありますが。
A fair point. If you wish a brief heist, there is a river just off this path. Yet we do not have time to rest. No, we need to make sure we can sustain our progress. Then we will slow down our pace. Hiru, assure the others know.
承知しました。
Understood. Led by Norcy and Ogi, I walk down the path. The forest opens up, revealing a wide clearing, but there are still massive trees on either side of us. We're not out of the woods yet, literally. Things like we won't catch up to the main force just yet. I suppose as a rear guard is expected, but we may have distanced ourselves too much. Mercy glances up, and as a sharp realizing dawns in her eyes, she shouts out, "Look out!" Mercy lunges at me, pushing me down. Immediately after, an arrow thunks into the place I had just been standing. An ambush? Why would they ambush in a place like this? Even if they've been watching our movements, this is far too perfect for them. My thoughts come to halt as I notice the breath against my face. Great. Norcy. My apologies. You saved me.
いや、これはそのわざとだが、わざとじゃなくて。
No. I didn't mean to. Well, I meant to, of course, but... Her face suddenly reddens as she stutters in panic. Something glints in the leaves of the great tree above. They got a clear shot at Norcy's back. Norcy! What? I roll swiftly to the side, my body over Norcy's, and slice behind me with the fan, just quick enough to deflect the arrow with a metal clang. Damn it, I let my guard down. I just got ambushed, for God's sake. I can't afford to lay around looking dumbfounded. There! Seeing the enemies, Norcy seems to move reflectively, without even thinking. She draws her bow as she rolls, firing a swift barrage of arrows into the canopy. Gah! Gah! The sudden screams are immediately followed by a thud of impacts on the forest floor. Phew. Relieved, Norcy lets out a ragged sigh.
今度はオシトルに救われたな。
You saved my back there, Aster. Good to say the same. But be on your guard. That was literally not the last of them. What is this? But we have no time to prepare ourselves. Screams ring out from behind us. My liege. Ah. Hiya. Gah.
今のは一体。
What was that?
聖女、ご無事で。
My liege, are you alright?
世は大丈夫なのじゃが。
Yes, I am fine. What happened?
大したことないえ。
Ah, nothing big. I hurry up to Aji's side, noting all the fallen soldiers around the scene. Each of the soldiers is covered in broken branches and leaf scraps.
伏兵ですね。森に紛れて待ち伏せしていたとは。
Ambushers, it would appear. It seems they were laying in wait, blending in with our surroundings. Ogi definitely rips away the remains of the ambushers' disguise. That's...
この兵の装備には見覚えがあります。時房の城にいた兵と同じです。
Familiar equipment, I disarray. These are identical to the soldiers we saw in Tokafusa's castle.
つまりこれって時房の
So these are Tokafusa's men? We believed the hidden village was unknown to others, but they knew we passed through here. That was a calculated trap.
でもいつの間に今まで隠れ里は見つかってなかったんじゃ。
But when did they figure it out? I thought the village's location was kept secret. That's because Tokafusa was our sole opponent until now. However, with Raiko pulling the strings, things may be entirely different. He had time to analyze our movements after we fought Tokafusa. He must have found us out. And then, when he found the village, he had Tokafusa set the trap and bait us right into it.
状況的にあまり有利とは言えません。一旦引きますか。
These conditions do not favor us. Should we retreat for now? No. They likely have troops hidden everywhere by now. We have no place to run. Moreover, if we simply hide in the village, we abandon Iniakamu to his fate.
となると
So that means... Sanara.
はい。具足の用意、整
Yes.
っております。
Your armor is ready. Phone?
うん。背後は任せて。
I got your back. We sell things with Tokafusa, here and now.
やはり大物釣りには餌にも凝った方が良いということか。
Ha 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 ha. So it's true. The most exquisite bait yields the finest fish.
ライコウの餌に釣られ、のこのこ里から出てきたのが運の尽きよ。
They've fallen for Raiko's lure now. Their luck ran out the moment they left that village.
確かにオシトルは強いかもしれぬ。だが不死身ではなかろ
Oh, you may be strong, Oster, but you are not immortal.
う。森の奥深く、あらかじめ潜ませた兵で足止めし、孤立させた上、確固に撃破する。
In the depths of the forest, my troops will slow them down, and soon we may pick them off one by one.
見通しが悪く動きが鈍る森では、兵も分断され、数も活かせぬはず。
Their vision is impaired, and their movements slowed. They have been easily divided. Their numbers may mean nothing now.
一枚ずつ皮を剥いでいき、裸になったところを囲んでしまえばよいのだ。
I will peel away their defenses one at a time, and then when a lot of them are fully exposed, I will have them surrounded.
初手はうまくかわしたようだが、奇策なら誰にも負けはせぬ。
You may have evaded my first attempt, but my wit, my cunning is second to none.
我とて発注将、その意地、とくと味わわせてくれる。
I am one of the 8 pillar generals, and soon enough you will see the strength of my will. My thanks, Norsey. Without your quick wits, we would have been in grave danger.
生地弓を持って野山をかけていたわけじゃないぞ。
Well, I haven't just been charging aimlessly through the mountains, you know.
目はいいつもりだし、どこからなら獲物を狙いやすいかすぐわかる。
I've got sharp eyes, and I know exactly where to aim to take out my prey. But there are archers and soldiers lurking everywhere. I was too distracted by Raiko. We played right into Tokafusa's hands.
小物と侮っていましたが、それゆえに企みがいやらしいですね。
I had underestimated him. Indeed, he seemed only a minor threat, but there is a keen edge to his schemes. His plan seems to be to surround us with ambushes and archers and bring us down with an indirect assault. The archers in particular will be a drain on us. We must get rid of them.
となれば、姉上の出番ですね。
It seems then that it is my sister's time to shine. Dorsey, I am counting on your bow.
うむ、任せておけ。
Of course, I won't let you down. Victory or defeat, Dorsey is defeated. I think I am going to call it there. we will pick up this battle tomorrow. I hope you liked what you saw. Please hit the follow button if you did to receive notifications when I go live. We will pick up that battle tomorrow at 11 a.m. US Central Time. Or we'll continue this. Thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you again tomorrow. Goodbye and good day.